voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear reports from Katie Weaver, Faith Perlow, and John Russell. Later, Brian Lynn looks back at the year's big science stories. Finally, we hear today's lesson of the day. But first, Katie and Faith have this report on the Louisiana Creole culture.
Language experts estimate as many as 10,000 people still speak the French-based language Louisiana Creole. In addition, many others in New Orleans and across the southern U.S. state consider themselves part of the culture that draws tens of thousands of people to events. The celebrations include Autumn's Festival Acadien et Creole, Summer's Creole Tomato Festival, and Spring's Treme Creole Gumbo and Congo Square Rhythms Festival. But for locals and visitors alike, everyday evidence shows how strong Creole culture is in Louisiana. The state's performance spaces and airwaves are often filled with the driving, rhythmic sound of Zydeco and other Creole and Cajun music. Louisiana's restaurants offer dishes with rich, complex flavors, including gumbo, hot sausage, red beans and rice, and shrimp étouffée. To celebrate Creole culture is to wake up and live in New Orleans, said Christina Bragg. She is a member of the Mahogany Blue Baby Dolls, a parade group for Black and mixed-race women. Celebrating Creole is celebrating our day-to-day lives, the food we eat, the music we dance to, the way we gather with friends to parade during Mardi Gras, she said. Every day I open my eyes and breathe. It's a celebration of Creole culture because that's who I am.
So what is Creole? It's food, it's music, it's architecture, it's style, and its traditions. Mona Lisa Saloy told VOA. There are millions of Creole people in countries across the world. We are all so much more alike than we are different. We create beautiful cultures everywhere we go, and I think that's evident here in Louisiana. Saloy is the writer of the poetry collection Black Creole Chronicles and served as Louisiana's Poet Laureate from 2021 to 2023. She said Creole cultures all over the world have similarities to Louisiana's. Architectural styles common in New Orleans, like the Creole cottage or the shotgun home, can be found in other places with Creoles, such as in other parts of the American South and the Caribbean, she said. Much of our music derives from the rhythms of Africa and the Caribbean, as does much of our food. Elements of gumbo, such as the long rice and okra, for example, or the prevalence of beans. How the word Creole is defined changes from place to place and person to person. The word Creole is believed to have come from the Portuguese word crioulo, which developed from the Latin word for to create. Some say it was used in the European slave trade, to describe a slave born in the New World and not in Africa. The word took on different meanings in different places. Creole in much of Africa and part of the Caribbean, for example, came to mean people of mixed ethnic or racial backgrounds. In Louisiana, the definition has changed over the years. Here, the definition kind of depends on who you ask, said Vance Vaucresson. He is a New Orleans-based Creole and owner of a local restaurant, the Vaucresson Sausage Company. I prefer an inclusive definition, he said. By that definition, anyone born in Louisiana could be Creole. During our colonial era, it was meant to differentiate people born in the Americas, usually of French, Spanish, or African descent, from those born in Europe or Africa. Describing his definition, Vaucresson added, "It doesn't matter. If you're born here and embrace the culture, you can be Creole." I'm Faith Perlow.
I'm Katie Weaver.
Beneath each full moon, a group of women in religious clothing surround a fire near a village in central Mexico. They breathe in deeply from a joint and blow clouds of marijuana smoke out toward the fire. Despite their religious clothing, the women are not religious. They are part of an international group founded in 2014 called Sisters of the Valley. The group has promised to spread its ideas about the healing powers of the drug marijuana. The group also launched a successful small business in the United States, where about 20 states have legalized recreational marijuana use. It sells products made from cannabis, the plant from which marijuana comes. The Sisters of the Valley business made over $500,000 last year. But in Mexico, a drug war has hurt the country, and Christianity is built into society. The group says its image of marijuana-smoking nuns is like an act of rebellion, the women say. The sisters often post on social media, mainly Instagram. The pictures show them caring for cannabis crops, leading workshops, and attending cannabis-related events. Their business makes around $10,000 each year, small compared to their partners in the U.S. The 5 women are careful to hide possible personal and workplace identifiers in the images they post. They do business out of a building with a false storefront. Cannabis production is a legal gray area in Mexico. Much of the activity remains tied to criminal organizations called cartels. The women say they worry that both police and crime groups could threaten them. On a recent weekend, reporters from Reuters news agency visited. One of the nuns, who uses the name Sister Bernadette online, said the sisterhood is in a totally different context here in Mexico because of how religious the country is and because of the plant's ties to cartels. She asked Reuters to not report her real name as she feared attack or punishment if her identity is discovered. In her main job as a homeopathic caregiver, she prescribes marijuana to her patients with cancer, joint pain, and sleep problems. "We want to take the plant back from the drug dealers," she said. The sisters have borrowed some ideas from the Beguines, a religious movement that existed for a few hundred years, starting in the 1100s. The group, made up of single women, devoted itself to spirituality, scholarship, and providing aid to the needy. It was not officially connected to any religion. The sisters worldwide say they wear religious clothing called habits to demonstrate uniformity and show respect for the plant. With the help of Aleli Paz, a chemist and marijuana researcher working with the group, the sisters in Mexico grow a small crop. They grow the plants in old paint containers and place them in lines between 4 walls on a rooftop. Later, the sisters moved the larger plants to private gardens. Their work is limited to weekends when they care for the plants and produce cannabis goods. The women visit other groups in the expanding cannabis community in Mexico City, pushing for full legalization. The women also give workshops that touch on everything from how to make products like cannabis infusions to the chemistry behind the plant. I'm John Russell.
As 2023 comes to a close, we are taking a look back at some of the biggest space stories of the year. A container carrying asteroid material captured in space 3 years ago arrived safely on Earth in September. The container, or capsule, was released by the American Space Agency NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. It floated to Earth and landed in a desert area in the western state of Utah. The spacecraft captured the asteroid material, or sample, from the asteroid Bennu in 2020. NASA announced in October the first examinations of the sample showed evidence of high carbon material and water. These 2 substances suggest the possibility that the building blocks of life on Earth may be found in the rock. NASA's Psyche spacecraft launched on a mission to observe an asteroid made mostly of metal. It is expected to travel 3.6 billion kilometers over 6 years to reach the asteroid, also called Psyche. NASA believes the asteroid could have separated during violent crashes that happened during our solar system's early creation. Scientists think data collected on the asteroid could provide new details about how rocky planets, including Earth, formed. The Psyche spacecraft is also being used to test a laser-based communication method. The system aims to greatly improve data links between Earth and spacecraft exploring deep space. A few weeks ago, NASA demonstrated the technology with a short video sent by the laser technology over 30 million kilometers to Earth. The space agency said it took less than 2 minutes for the video to reach an observatory in California. The video showed a cat repeatedly chasing a red laser light. Scientists announced last month they had discovered the oldest black hole ever found. The huge object is believed to have formed about 470 million years after the Big Bang. The researchers said the findings confirm their theory that supermassive black holes existed in the very early universe. Last month, the European Space Agency, ESA, released the first images from its new Euclid Space Telescope. ESA designed Euclid to study dark matter and dark energy. Scientists think those hidden forms of matter and energy make up 95% of the universe. ESA said the newly released images covered 1,000 galaxies about 240 million light-years away from Earth. Data collected by NASA's James Webb Space Telescope helped astronomers identify the most distant, active supermassive black hole ever discovered. Researchers said the black hole sits at the center of a galaxy called Sears 1019. The galaxy is estimated to have existed about 570 million years after the Big Bang. Earlier this month, NASA said its Ingenuity helicopter continues to perform well in tests carried out on Mars. So far, Ingenuity has completed at least 66 flights over the past 2.5 years. NASA said it is also testing equipment on Earth that it plans to include in future helicopters built for space exploration. The latest tests on Earth involved new rotor blades the space agency said reached speeds near the speed of sound in experiments. In August, India became the 4th country to successfully land a spacecraft on the Moon. The moon lander, called Chandrayaan-3, also became the first spacecraft to land near the Moon's South Pole. The South Pole is thought to be an important area, with scientists saying it may contain large amounts of frozen water and minerals. Chinese scientists announced in March they had discovered water in materials collected during the country's Chang'e 5 mission. Researchers from Nanjing University reported the water was in the form of extremely small beads found in dirt collected in 2020. The scientists noted that billions, if not trillions, of these beads could exist on the Moon, possibly providing a huge water source. But the team said mining the water would be difficult. I'm Brian Lynn.
My name is Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
You're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Today's lesson helps you do more with Level 2 of our video series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
Lesson 2 of Level 2 is called The Interview. Anna's friend Pete has an opportunity for a new job. Anna's boss, Ms. Weaver, is going to interview Pete for the job.
The person who asks the questions is called the interviewer, and the person answering the questions is called the interviewee.
Right. Just like a company or person who gives a job is the employer, and the worker who gets the job is the employee.
Anna also gets a new job or role, and that's spelled R-O-L-E, in Lesson 2. Your role at work means the special functions or activities you do. Anna still works for Ms. Weaver, but Ms. Weaver tells her,
Anna,
you're good at asking questions. So I want you to go back to hosting and reporting.
Go back is one of many phrasal verbs you can hear in the video. It means to return. Let's listen to the robot teacher, Professor Bott, talk about them.
I wonder what Anna's new assignment will be. Professor Bott here. While you are watching, look for phrasal or two-word verbs. Some stay together, like go back, and some can come apart, like give out. Good luck, Anna.
In the video, the word assignments appears between the words give and out. That means give out is a separable phrasal verb. In other words, we can separate the two words and put another word between them.
So Ms. Weaver is telling everyone what their new assignment is. Here's another example, this time with the phrasal verb turn on. We can say, please turn on the light, or we can say, turn the light on. Both mean to cause a light to shine.
Now, let's see what else Ms. Weaver has planned for Anna. And be sure to listen for phrasal verbs as well.
So, as I said at the meeting last week, I have new assignments for everyone at the studio. Anna, you're good at asking questions. So, I want you to go back to hosting and reporting.
That sounds great.
You're also a team player. So, I want you to team up with someone.
That sounds even better.
Someone who is very different from you.
That sounds... What do you mean, different?
Well, you are very cheerful. You're a people person. I want you to team up with someone who isn't.
Ms. Weaver, I will find that person.
What kind of person do you think Anna will try to find? Ms. Weaver said Anna is very cheerful and a people person.
A people person is an expression that means a person likes to be with other people. Cheerful means happy and sharing good feelings with others. So if Anna teams up with someone different, that person probably doesn't usually want to be around a lot of people.
Team up with is another phrasal verb. Dr. Jill and I team up with each other to do the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast.
So team up with just means to work with another person or group of people. Now let's listen and see who Anna finds.
Pete, hi. Thanks for meeting me.
Sure, but I don't have lots of time, Anna. I'm busy, looking for work.
Pete, you can tear these want ads up and throw them away. I have good news.
Anna, I was working on that crossword puzzle.
Oh, sorry. Pete, forget about the crossword puzzle. I have a job offer for you.
I'm listening.
My boss wants me to team up with someone to host a talk show. But the person must be different from me. So I thought of you.
Different from you? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, Pete. I don't have time right now. Here's my boss's address. Your interview is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
But what do you mean different?
Just be yourself, Pete. Just be yourself.
Anna takes Pete's newspaper and tears it up, or rips it, into two pieces. Tear up is a phrasal verb. And Professor Bott tells us about another one.
Did you find any two-word verbs? Here's one example. Pete can throw the want ads away. Throw away is a two-word verb.
Thanks, Professor Bott. But since our listeners are not watching the video, we should explain that throw away means to place something in a waste container. Now, let's see how Pete does in his interview with Ms. Weaver.
Thanks for coming in, Pete.
Thanks for the opportunity, Ms. Weaver.
I need to find out if you have the skills for this job, and I want you to be completely honest.
Okay.
First, let's talk about your personal skills. Pete, are you a people person?
Well, okay. Sometimes I think people talk too much.
Pete, what work of yours are you most proud of?
Last year, I locked myself in a cabin and wrote a book. I didn't speak to anybody the entire time. It was the best 2 months of my life.
Okay. I think I've heard enough.
It sounds like Pete is not a people person. Do you think Ms. Weaver will team him up with Anna?
Probably. By the way, Ms. Weaver used another phrasal verb there, find out. She wants to learn or gather information about Pete's abilities. That's because she wanted Anna to team up with someone different from herself.
Grumpy is an adjective to describe a person's mood or personality. It describes someone who is a bit unhappy or does not share positive feelings with others.
I remember some years ago on YouTube there was a grumpy cat that became very popular. The cat's face made it look grumpy.
Yes. All you need to do is enter the word grumpy in YouTube or Google, and you will find many pictures and videos of that cat.
So we find that Pete got hired for an unusual reason, because he was grumpy and not a people person. So that makes him different from Anna.
Well, they say that good teams need to have different kinds of people on them.
What does that say about us, Andrew? I think we have different ways of teaching, but together they work pretty well. In future episodes of Let's Learn English Level 2, we'll see the kinds of assignments Anna and Pete take on.
And that brings us back to the phrasal verb from the beginning of the video. Listen.
Hey, Pete, how was the interview with Ms. Weaver?
Well, she said I was grumpy and not good with people.
And
I got the job!
I knew it! Congratulations! Let's go celebrate!
Okay.
To take on something is to accept a duty, job, or responsibility. We say we take on a new job, we take on work, we take on a new role, take on responsibilities, and so on.
And this phrasal verb is separable. For example, if we use the pronoun it, we can say take it on. But if we use a longer noun like assignment, we place that noun after the phrasal verb. So we say, take on the assignment.
We hope you will watch all the lessons in Let's Learn English to see what roles Anna takes on.
And have you taken on a new role at work or in life recently? Perhaps you have a new job, or perhaps you have recently become a parent. Write to us and let us know.
You can send us your email at learningenglish@voanews.com.
And remember, you can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
Today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
I'm Nikki Strong, and this is VOA Weatherheads.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, John Russell reports on NASA's plan to put human-like robots in space. Gina Bennett has a story on being connected to the world. Brian Lynn has this week's health report on how 2 treatments for sickle cell will be unavailable to many people who need them. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the lesson of the day. But first,
the American Space Agency NASA's human-like robot Valkyrie looks powerful. It stands 188 centimeters tall and weighs 136 kilograms. Valkyrie is named after supernatural females in Norse mythology. The robot is being tested at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The robot is designed to operate in damaged, human-engineered environments, like areas hit by natural disasters, NASA said. But robots like Valkyrie could also work in space one day. Robots that look like humans, or humanoid robots, have a torso, head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Engineers believe that humanoid robots will be able to work similarly to humans and use the same tools and equipment. They just need the right software. NASA Dexterous Robotics team leader Sean Ozemy said humanoid robots in space could do dangerous jobs. Such jobs include cleaning solar panels or dealing with equipment outside the spacecraft. As a result, human astronauts could pay more attention to exploration and discovery. We're not trying to replace human crews. We're really just trying to take the dull, dirty, and dangerous work off their plates to allow them to focus on those higher-level activities, Ozemy said. NASA is partnering with robotics companies like Apptronik, which is based in Austin, Texas. The goal is to learn how humanoid robots developed for purposes on Earth could help the development of future humanoid robots meant for space. Apptronik is developing Apollo, a humanoid robot whose jobs on Earth will include working in warehouses and manufacturing plants. The robot can move packages and organize objects. Apptronik plans to start providing the humanoid robots to companies in early 2025. Apptronik Chief Technology Officer Nick Payne said Apollo has strengths in comparison to humans. We're targeting having this system online 22 hours a day, Payne said. This does have a swappable battery, so you can work for 4 hours, swap the battery, and then keep going. Apptronik Chief Jeff Cardenas said there are many possibilities as new software and development increase Apollo's abilities. The approach is we're starting in the warehouse and on the manufacturing floor, but then it can move into retail, to delivery, and out more into what we call unstructured spaces, Cardenas said. In years to come, those unstructured areas could include space, Ozemy said. He said the robots are being designed so they can be easily changed to do many different jobs. Robots like Apollo are designed with modularity in mind to be able to adapt to many applications, Azami said. Azami added that NASA is aiming to find out what areas it needs to look into to bring a terrestrial system into the space environment. I'm John Russell.
Sadat Sadikova is an English teacher in Jazak, Uzbekistan. As a young girl, she dreamed of becoming a flight attendant and traveling the world. Her parents told her she would have to learn at least 3 languages in order to reach that goal. Although she was not able to become a flight attendant, Sadikova did study languages. She speaks Uzbek, Russian, English, and Turkish. Sadikova has never traveled outside Uzbekistan. Even so, she reports feeling connected to people around the world. The whole world is for human beings, Sadikova said. She still dreams of visiting many countries. American Trina Bright worked in education for nearly 25 years. Today, she lives in the southern U.S. state of Arkansas. During her career, she traveled to many countries, including China and South Africa. Bright used stories from her travels to help her students in the U.S. understand their place in the world. She spent most of her career in a minority-serving school district. Sharing stories from her travels helped her students see value in their own cultures. There's value in all experiences, not just typical American ones, Bright said. Bright has visited more than 20 countries. But Bright, unlike Sadikova, does not report feeling connected to people around the world. Bright is not alone. She is among the more than half of Americans who report they do not feel especially close to people around the world. That information comes from a new report by Pew Research Center, an organization that aims to inform the public about the issues, beliefs, and trends shaping the world. The report, called Attitudes on an Interconnected World, was released on December 6th. Pew recently asked people in 24 countries a series of questions about how connected they feel to their own communities and countries, as well as to people around the world. Pew researchers looked at, among other things, how international travel experience relates to feelings of connectedness. About half of all respondents reported they feel at least somewhat close to people all over the world. Feeling close to others around the world is more common in Europe than in most other places, the study found. In the United States, only 35% of the respondents said they feel at least somewhat connected to those in other countries. The percentage was even lower in Argentina, 28%, and Indonesia, 22%. The study found that, in general, respondents who had traveled to at least one other country feel more connected to people around the world. 99% of respondents in the Netherlands reported having visited at least one other country, and about half said they had visited 10 or more countries. The Pew researchers found that 77% of respondents from the Netherlands said they feel at least somewhat close to people all over the world. But international travel does not always mean a person feels a closeness to people around the world. Bright, the retired American schoolteacher, is one such exception. She said, "I don't know a bunch of people around the world, just some." And, she said, her connections to them are not especially deep. Pew researchers found a similar case in Sweden. 99% of Swedish respondents said they had visited at least one other country. Yet a much smaller share of Swedish respondents, 47%, report feeling close to people all over the world. In fact, a higher number of Indian respondents, 68%, report feeling at least somewhat close to people all over the world. Yet just 3% of respondents from India said they had traveled to another country. Such findings show that international connectedness can be formed in ways other than traveling overseas. Sadikova, the Uzbek English teacher, told VOA Learning English she feels connected to people all over the world, even though she has never traveled outside Uzbekistan. She said, "Some years ago, it was difficult for us to get information about people in the world, but currently, because of media, it is quite easy to get acquainted with events and news." I'm Gina Bennett.
United States health officials recently approved 2 new gene treatments for sickle cell disease, SCD. The treatments provide hope that the disease might be curable, but experts say high costs and limited availability will prevent many people from receiving them. SCD is a genetic disorder that causes oxygen-carrying red blood cells in the body to become misshapen. The condition can block blood flow and cause severe pain and organ damage. SCD is more common among Black Americans, Africans, and Middle Easterners than other population groups. Many children with the most severe form of the disease die before age 5, usually from an infection or severe blood loss. Worldwide, the disease is believed to affect millions. It is known to be common in places with high cases of malaria, like Africa and India. Scientific research has shown that people who have SCD seem to react less severely when they are infected with malaria. While an estimated 1 million people suffer with the condition in India, many of them will not get the chance to receive the new gene treatments. The situation is not new to developing countries. Many have long faced limitations on medicines and other treatment methods for disease. But the problem is even more severe with the new SCD treatments and other gene-based methods. This is mainly because of the high cost of treatment. The 2 methods approved in the U.S., both of which are given as a single treatment, cost between $2.2 million and $3.1 million. In addition, the treatment itself can be difficult to carry out in developing nations. This is because the process generally involves several steps and requires longer stays in well-equipped hospitals. Vertex's treatment, called Casgevy, is designed to repair the genetic condition that causes misshapen cells in sickle cell sufferers. It uses a gene editing technology called CRISPR to do so. The other treatment, offered by a company called Bluebird Bio, does not use CRISPR technology, but it requires a similar treatment process as Vertex's version. Dr. David Altshuler is the Chief Scientific Officer at Vertex. He told the Associated Press that while there is clearly a great unmet need for the new SCD treatments, the process also presents challenges. Altshuler said Vertex is working to simplify the treatment process to make it available to more people. For example, his team is seeking to develop a medication in pill form that could perform similarly to the gene editing method. But experts have warned that simpler treatments will likely still be too costly for many people. This has led to calls for governments and non-profit organizations to get involved to help provide financial assistance to patients. Gautam Dongre lives in the city of Nagpur in central India. His 2 children suffer from SCD. He told the AP he has been praying the treatment should come to us. Dongre's son is now 19 years old and his daughter is 13. They both currently take a drug called hydroxyurea. That drug has long been used to help prevent the formation of sickle-shaped red blood cells in an effort to control pain and other damaging effects. Dongre leads India's National Alliance of Sickle Cell Organizations. He said many patients in rural parts of India are dying at very young ages without getting effective treatment. He added that if the gene treatments for SCD one day make it to India, he would like his children to be among the first to get them. But Dongre noted that people in all countries, rich or poor, should be able to get the latest treatments available. We are all part of one single planet, he said. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn is here now to talk more about his health and lifestyle report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan. Thanks for having me.
Your report focused on availability issues for 2 promising gene-based treatments for sickle cell disease. You pointed out the disease is common in places with a lot of malaria cases, India being one. Many people there likely will not get the new treatments. What other areas are likely to face the same issue?
Yes, so another country is Tanzania in East Africa, which also has a significant problem with sickle cell disease. Officials there have already partnered directly with drug companies in an effort to improve availability to existing treatments for the disease. But as the report mentions, these treatments are not completely effective in getting rid of symptoms of the disease, which can be quite severe, especially in children.
And it was also pointed out that the cost of these one-time gene treatments is very high, putting them out of reach for most people in both of these countries.
Yes, this is the other major problem. The current prices range from $2 to $3 million, which really puts the treatment out of reach for people not only in India and Tanzania, but throughout the world. Another problem in the developing world is that many areas lack the modern hospitals and equipment necessary to support this kind of modern therapy. The report does note, however, there are companies seeking to simplify the treatment process to make it available to as many people as possible.
Okay, thanks again for being here, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
Is Anna Mateo.
My name is Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
You're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Today's lesson helps you do more with Level 2 of our video series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
Today's lesson explains how we relate or connect to events in the past that happened at different times.
In Lesson 3 of Level 2, Anna and her new work partner Pete talk about why they did not arrive at a meeting on time.
But they disagree about the reasons they were late. Let's listen first to what Anna says.
You two are late. Exactly 43 minutes late. What happened? He had to get his special coffee. Special coffee.
She had to feed her birds. Her birds?
Of course I have to feed the birds. Who's going to
It's very special coffee.
Okay.
You don't have any taste.
Okay. I can see already that you two need my help. You can't both talk at the same time. You have to take turns. All right, Anna, you go first. Sure. Kelly, see, Pete and I live in the same building, so we decided to meet at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to come to work together. I had waited 15 minutes when Pete arrived. After Pete had wasted time waiting for coffee, we were late. I left you a message.
Anna explains that they were late after Pete had wasted or spent too much time getting his special coffee.
Notice that there are two events in the past here. They were late, but before they were late, Pete had gotten some coffee.
When one event in the past happens before another event, we can use the past perfect tense to make this clear. We use the auxiliary verb had plus the past participle to show what happened first.
That's why Anna said Pete had wasted time. The auxiliary had tells us that Pete wasted time before they were late.
Now let's listen to Pete's explanation of why they were late. And listen for when he uses the past perfect tense.
Yeah, that's not why we're late. This is why we're late. I had arrived
on time at 8 a.m., but didn't see Anna. She was standing behind a tree. I think she was hugging it. I always walk to work, but she said that would take too long and that a scooter would be faster. It was awful. I hated it, and it added too much time to our commute. Then Anna stopped by a pond to feed the birds. She had named them after characters from books and yelled the names out loud. Romeo, Juliet, Sherlock.
By the time she had fed all the birds, we were late.
Did you hear Pete use the past perfect? Listen again to this sentence.
I had arrived
on time at 8 a.m., but didn't see Anna.
Now think, what happened first? Pete's arrival or Pete's not seeing Anna? That's right. First, he arrived at 8 a.m., and then he didn't see Anna. Here's one more example from Pete.
By the time she had fed all the birds, we were late.
We often use adverbs with the past perfect to help show how the two events relate to each other in the past. In this example, Pete uses the adverb phrase by the time, which means when an action has been completed or finished.
Other adverbs commonly used with the past perfect are the adverbs already and never. For example, we might say,
I had already seen that movie, so I didn't go with my friends when they went to see it. I had never given a speech before, so I felt nervous.
Jill, those are good examples, but what about those times when we say had? That might sound a little strange or perhaps surprising to some of our listeners.
That's true, but if the main verb is have, the past participle of have is had. And because we use the auxiliary had, that gives us the two words had. Of course, it's easier to understand if you hear it in a sentence, like this one.
Because I had had such a hard time learning, my professor didn't think I should continue with that subject.
We should also tell our listeners that when they watch Lesson 3 of Level 2, they can see and hear Professor Bott explain more about the past perfect. But now let's listen to the person Anna and Pete meet and see what she thinks about their disagreements.
This is what I think. You two see the same event very differently. Does this happen often with you two?
Yes.
No. Yes.
No. What are you talking about?
Okay, this is good. This is good. It's good to see things differently. I have an idea. We will call the show He Said, She Said. For every story, you tell a different point of view.
That is a great idea, Kelly. Pete, we are different. That's why I thought of you for this job.
I think you two understand perfectly. Let's get to work.
Having more than one point of view or way of thinking about things can be very useful for a team that is working on a project.
That's true. However, if you have too many points of view, that can also be a problem.
True. We have an idiomatic expression that relates to that. We say, too many cooks spoil the broth. Broth is another word for the liquid in soup. The expression, too many cooks spoil the broth, means if you have too many people trying to be in charge or in control, it's difficult to get the job done.
Well, luckily for our podcast, we normally just have 2 cooks, so I think it works out pretty well.
I hope our listeners agree. Listeners, we'd like to hear from you. Have you ever worked with someone who is very different from you? Write about it to us at learningenglish@voanews.com. And remember that each lesson of Let's Learn English comes with a lesson plan you can download for free. It has lots of activities you can use to practice English.
And don't forget that you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And be sure to share the lesson of the day and other programs from Learning English with your friends and family. And thank you for listening. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
the hits. Happy New Year.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear reports from Brian Lynn and Faith Perlow. Later, Dan Novak presents this week's Education Report. Finally, John Russell brings us today's Lesson of the Day. But first, Brian Lynn has this report on the recent earthquakes in Japan.
A series of powerful earthquakes in western Japan have left at least 55 people dead and damaged thousands of buildings, automobiles, and boats. The first quake struck New Year's Day, registering 7.6 in magnitude or strength. The shaking caused major damage across Ishikawa Prefecture. Japanese media reports said the quake destroyed tens of thousands of homes and cut water, power, and phone services in some areas. The mayor in the town of Suzu, near the quake's center, said up to 90% of homes may have been destroyed, Reuters news agency reported. The earthquake set off tsunami warnings along Japan's western coast. Officials ordered about 100,000 people to leave their homes Monday night. They were sent to schools and sports centers to take shelter. Many returned to their homes Tuesday after the warnings were lifted. Japan's meteorological agency said about 200 aftershocks had struck since the main quake and that more were expected in coming days. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida told reporters the government had deployed teams that included military troops, police, and local rescuers. We have received reports that there are still many people waiting to be rescued under collapsed buildings, he said. Kishida added that saving lives is the top goal. Japan sits on the so-called Ring of Fire, a collection of volcanoes and fault lines found around the Pacific Basin. About 20% of the world's earthquakes of magnitude 6 or greater happen in that area. Monday's earthquake was Japan's deadliest since 2016. Emergency teams battled fires in several cities as rescuers searched for people trapped in wreckage. Shoichi Kobayashi lives in the city of Wajima. He told Reuters he was at home celebrating New Year's with his wife and son when the quake hit and sent furniture flying across the house. I've never experienced a quake that powerful, Kobayashi said. In the city of Nanao, Fujiko Ueno said she was celebrating with about 20 people in her home when the earthquake struck. The quake caused walls to collapse onto a parked car. Ueno said no one in the group was injured. It all happened in the blink of an eye, she said. Toshitaka Katada is a University of Tokyo professor who specializes in disasters. He told the Associated Press that people were better prepared for this event because the area had been hit by quakes in recent years. There is probably no people on Earth other than Japanese who are so disaster-ready, Katata said. Government officials said several nuclear centers in the area were operating normally. A 2011 earthquake and tsunami caused 3 reactors to melt down and release large amounts of radiation at the Fukushima Nuclear Power Center in northeastern Japan. I'm Brian Lynn.
Every day, Juanita Mengel, a 67-year-old woman from the state of Ohio, wakes up and puts on her manufactured leg. The device is called a prosthetic. Then, Mengel does the same for Lola Pearl, her colorful 5-year-old cat. Lola Pearl is missing her back left leg. Mengel has many cats. Most of them have disabilities. But Lola Pearl is special. She is a therapy cat. And she and Mengel are partners of a kind. They are among 200 therapy cat teams registered in the United States by the nonprofit group Pet Partners. The group helps humans and pets alike by setting them up into teams to provide animal-assisted intervention. The teams visit hospitals, nursing homes, and schools, and assist those in need. Taylor Chastain Griffin is the National Director of Animal-Assisted Interventions at Pet Partners. She said a therapy animal is an animal who's been assessed based on their ability to meet new people and not just tolerate the interaction, but actively enjoy it. Chastain Griffin is a researcher who studies the effects of therapy cats. She said there needs to be more research done in cat therapy. She said that there is a lot of research on other therapy animals, like dogs, and many people are surprised to learn that cats can be therapy animals too. They go into a setting and people are like, "Whoa, there's a cat on a leash. What's happening?" It kind of inspires people to connect in a way we haven't traditionally heard talked about in other therapy animal interventions, Chastain Griffin said. Besides dogs and cats, Pet Partners registers 7 other species as therapy animals, including horses, rabbits, rats, guinea pigs, birds, mini pigs, and llamas and alpacas. Mengel said Lola Pearl showed signs that she would make a good therapy cat soon after the animal joined her family. Mengel took her new cat to a meeting for amputees. "She was so good with people. I just knew she would be a good therapy cat. People really were attracted to her too," Mengel said. Recently, people who attended a support group for amputees were able to meet Lola Pearl. They petted her as she woke up from a rest. On the side of the cat carrier she rode in was a sign, "Therapy Cat," it read. Mengel was a traveling nurse when she was in a car accident that almost killed her. One of her legs could not be saved. Later, she connected with a friend in the state of Missouri who had a severely injured kitten. Her legs were twisted together. An animal medical specialist worked to repair the damage, but in the end, they had to remove one of the baby cat's legs. That kitten was Lola Pearl. Mengel took Lola Pearl as her cat after talking with her friend. Despite the difficulties Mengel has faced, She is thankful for Lola Pearl and their work together. It's a really rewarding experience, she said. I get just as much out of it as the people that I visit. I'm Faith Perlow.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, says the period from birth to 8 years old is one of remarkable brain development for children. The organization adds that it represents an important time for their development and education. The U.S. National Institutes of Health says that supporting children's early learning can lead to higher test scores and a better chance of staying in school and going to college. Studies even suggest early learning can lead to fewer teen pregnancies, improved mental health, and a longer life. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, is made up of 38 democracies with market-based economies. The organization aims to build better policies for better lives. In a recent education study, the OECD found that most of its member countries provide care or education for children under 5. In countries including Belgium, Denmark, France, Hungary, Iceland, Israel, Norway, Spain, and Britain, at least 95% of 3-year-olds are enrolled in an early education program. However, within OECD countries, there can be a large difference in enrollment. In the United States, for example, 80% of 3 to 5-year-olds in the capital city of Washington, D.C. are enrolled in early education programs. That is compared to 46% in the western state of North Dakota. The differences also exist in European countries like Greece, Lithuania, and Switzerland. Places with higher rates of women in the workforce usually have higher rates of enrollment for children under 3. During the pandemic, the U.S. government provided an additional $24 billion to help child care programs nationwide. The funding finally ended last October. The Century Foundation is a research organization in New York City. It estimates that 1/3 of the programs could close as a result. That affects more than 2.2 million children. The organization says that childcare is important for the economy at large, since childcare permits parents to stay at work. Around the world, governments invest little in early childhood education, UNESCO says. About 6.6% of education budgets are put toward early education programs, 2% in poor countries. That is well below the target of 10% by 2030 suggested by the children's organization UNICEF. In the U.S., parents can choose to put their children at age 5 in kindergarten or a child care program. Kindergarten enrollment has dropped since the COVID-19 pandemic. Concerned about the virus or wanting to avoid online school, hundreds of thousands of families delayed the start of school for their young children. The Associated Press found that kindergarten enrollment remained down 5.2% in the 2022-2023 school year, compared with the 2019-2020 school year. Deborah Stipek is a former head of the Graduate School of Education at Stanford University. She said kindergarten is where children learn to follow directions, learn good behavior, and get used to learning. Stipek said missing that year of school can put kids at a disadvantage. Last year, Isla went to a children's program that met mainly outdoors instead of enrolling in kindergarten in the state of California. Isla now has to adjust to being inside a classroom and learning the right way to hold a pencil. It's harder, way harder, Isla said, of the new way she learned to hold a pencil. Still, her mother, Hannah Levy, says it was the right decision to skip kindergarten. She wanted Isla to enjoy being a child. There is plenty of time, she reasoned, for her daughter to develop study skills. I'm Dan Novak.
Dan Novak joins me now to talk more about his report on early childhood education. Hi, Dan. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Ashley.
You said in the story that kids who miss a year of kindergarten come into first grade at a disadvantage. What does disadvantage mean?
An advantage is something that helps make someone or something better or more likely to succeed than others. It also means a desirable feature or quality. This word can be used in many contexts. One advantage of having a car, for example, is being able to get to work quicker. So a disadvantage is something that causes difficulty, or something that causes you to be less likely to succeed.
Why does missing kindergarten put kids at a disadvantage?
Well, kindergarten is usually at age 5 and the year right before the official beginning of school at first grade. In kindergarten, children learn good behavior, they learn to follow directions, and they get used to being in a classroom. So, missing that development can put kids at a disadvantage compared to other kids that did attend kindergarten.
Kindergarten enrollment is down in the U.S., and a large number of child care programs may close. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned in the story, $24 billion of pandemic relief money expired last October. The money was important to keep the buildings open and raise pay for workers, who are often very low paid. So experts predict that up to 1/3 of childcare programs may close as a result of the lack of funding. And as for kindergarten, enrollment hasn't recovered since the pandemic. Enrollment has been down at all grades since 2020, but especially bad for kindergarten. Children are not required to attend kindergarten at many states. Whether that it's a problem that kids are missing kindergarten kind of depends on what they're doing instead. Are they getting taught by their parents? Are they attending a private program? Or maybe they're not learning at all. What they're doing that year can really determine how their schooling will go once they start first grade.
Well, thanks for answering my questions today, Dan.
You're welcome.
In this next report, Brian Lynn tells us about a United Nations finding about drug production. We learn that the UN found Myanmar has become the world's top opium producer. Pay careful attention to the word overtaken. We will talk more about it after the report.
A United Nations report finds that Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan as the world's top opium producer. The change came after Myanmar expanded its opium production for a third year, the UN reported. In Afghanistan, production fell sharply in 2023 after the Taliban placed a ban on poppy farming. The latest data on worldwide opium production was recently released in the UN's report, the Southeast Asia Opium Survey 2023. The report was released by the UN's Office of Drugs and Crime, or UNODC. The report estimates opium crops in Afghanistan dropped an estimated 95% in 2023 after the Taliban's ban and enforcement efforts. During the same period, an increasing number of farmers in Myanmar turned to opium as a new crop. The increase in production follows a military takeover of the government in 2021 that pushed the country into a civil war. The situation has severely hurt Myanmar's economy. The UN report estimates poppy growth and processing in Myanmar grew 33% in 2022 and another 18% this year. That amounts to a total of 47,000 hectares. That is the most land Myanmar has used for opium production since 2013. Jeremy Douglas is the area representative for the UNODC. He told VOA the country's economic and security situation have severely limited business possibilities and led more people to turn to opium farming to make money. Most families in Myanmar make their living off the land. But a World Bank report released in May found that nearly half of farming families said they worry about having enough food. That number was up from 26% from a year earlier. The UNODC estimates Myanmar's farmers grew enough poppy this year to produce up to 1,080 metric tons of dry opium. This amounted to total earnings of up to $2.5 billion. Most of this money is believed to have gone to traffickers shipping the product across Asia and as far as Australia, often as heroin. Most of that heroin flows through neighboring Thailand on its way to other places. In September, Thai police seized over 440 packs of heroin, along with some 15 million methamphetamine pills. A top Thai law enforcement official told VOA the $8.2 million drug seizure was the largest in the country's history. The UNODC report notes Afghanistan's reduced opium production is expected to create a worldwide heroin shortage and drive prices higher. This is likely to lead even more farmers in Myanmar to start growing poppies. Douglas said such a shortage could also result in more heroin processed in the Golden Triangle area, making its way beyond the Asia-Pacific to Europe and North America. The Golden Triangle is a heavily criminalized area near the borders of Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand. It is known for growing and producing large amounts of drugs. Afghan heroin started taking over the European and North American markets from the Golden Triangle more than 10 years ago. That change came as drug controllers in Southeast Asia started dealing mostly in methamphetamine. Douglas told VOA that even as Afghan production falls sharply, there is still large demand for opium on the world market. He said, "It's highly likely that we're going to start seeing Golden Triangle heroin returning to markets that it hasn't been in for quite some years." I'm Brian Lynn.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word overtaken. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard it in the very first line of the story. Let's listen again.
A United Nations report finds that Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan as the world's top opium producer.
Our main verb of interest is overtake. We spell it like this: O-V-E-R-T-A-K-E. One form of the verb overtake is the past participle, overtaken. It is spelled just like overtake, but has an N at the end of the word. Overtaken, the past participle, is the form you heard in the report. We use the past participle when an action has been completed. We will talk a little more about this idea later. So, what exactly does the verb overtake mean? One meaning is to move up to and past someone or something that is in front of you. You can also think of it as meaning to become more successful than something or someone else. When we say that Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan as the world's top opium producer, we mean that Myanmar has moved past Afghanistan in terms of opium production. You will hear the verb overtake used in many situations. These situations often have a connection with competition. In politics, we might say that one party has overtaken another party in terms of popularity or votes. Or we might say that one business has overtaken another business in terms of sales. We might also use overtake when we talk about sports competitions. One runner might overtake another runner at the end of the race, for example. One note about the use of the past participle. The report said, Myanmar has overtaken Afghanistan as the world's top opium producer. This suggests that the action of overtaking has been completed, but it does not suggest exactly when. It would also be correct to use the past form of overtake, overtook. For example, you might say, Myanmar overtook Afghanistan as the world's top opium producer last year. If you would like to learn more about the differences between the two verb forms, has overtaken and overtook, be sure to check the resources in the Everyday Grammar and Ask a Teacher sections of our website, learningenglish.voanews.com. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
in India. My name is Nikki Strong.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Brian Lynn has the science report on NASA's space strike mission that may have reshaped an asteroid. Next, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the lesson of the day. But first, Jill reads one of the winning entries from our Teach Us About Ukraine writing contest.
My name is Katerina Denisenko. I work at the Gymnasium of Vasilyanka.
War is always a tragedy. It ruined lives, separated families, and destroyed cities. Like many life-changing events, war could also be viewed as a way to teach us important things. Thucydides, an ancient Athenian historian and general, once wrote, "War is a stern teacher." And today, we are going to share 3 important lessons the war in Ukraine has taught us. Volunteer work and donations are important. If there was one important lesson to share, it would have been this: volunteer work and donations are important. Let's be honest. We often pay little attention when someone asks us to donate money, clothes, food, or blood to someone in need. We may feel that our help would be too small, and we spend even less time on volunteer work, thinking that it takes time and energy and may not be useful. Ukrainians may argue with that. We understand that even the smallest amount of money can help to buy armor and weapons for our army. And the more people decide to help, the safer our soldiers feel, and the more protected the country becomes. But you should not forget about people in need. If you donate your clothes, food, or blood to those who were seriously wounded or lost their homes, you will help them survive. Your small act of kindness will also help them save some of their resources to move on. Volunteer work also matters a lot for Ukrainians. You can help by removing parts of fallen buildings or by cooking free meals for soldiers. Your participation will greatly help others. If you want to do something, do it. Sometimes we do not say good things to others. We may be too shy to give a compliment, or we do not know if the person will like what we say. Maybe our words will be out of place. Sometimes we do not get around to visiting certain places. Who needs to spend their time going to a historical place, a park, or an old cafe? These places have existed for so long. They would not disappear, would they? Since the start of the war, Ukrainians have known the harsh reality. We know that you may never see someone again. They may flee to another city for safety. Their house may collapse, or they can go to war and never come back. And the place you always wanted to visit may be destroyed by a missile. We rarely tell our family members and friends how happy we are to have them in our lives. You may never have another chance to tell them how much you love and value them. But if you tell them something kind, your words will support and encourage them in such uncertain times. That is why we remember the rule. If you want to say something good or go somewhere nice, do it now. Do not wait until tomorrow. There is always a reason to be grateful. Lastly, we take many things in our lives for granted. We expect to sleep well at night, eat healthy meals, have a place to live, and go to school or work. We get used to them so much that they become routine and even boring. Before we know it, we are looking for something new and fresh and something unusual. But people in Ukraine know the value of routine and boring things in their daily lives. When the noise from missiles keeps us awake, we begin to appreciate a good sleep. When we have to study remotely or we lose our workplace due to the war, we appreciate the time with our classmates, teachers, or colleagues. As we spend our days and nights in a bomb shelter or move far away from our homes, we begin to appreciate the place we live and the meals we cook and eat. This may be one of the most important lessons from the war so far. We should appreciate these small but very important things in our lives. In his 28th song, Ukrainian songwriter Grigory Skovoroda wrote, "What you need is easy to get. What you do not need is hard to get." And now, after going through the war and losing so many different things, we can agree that the simplest ones are the most important in our lives. These were the 3 most important lessons from the war in Ukraine. We hope they will inspire you to value the simplest things in your life, to visit the places you always wanted to visit, to do small acts of kindness for people in need, and to show your love and gratitude to your closest people. I'm Jill Robbins.
Suggests that an asteroid strike by an American spacecraft likely changed the shape of the targeted object. NASA crashed the DART spacecraft into the asteroid Dimorphos in 2022. The asteroid strike happened about 11 million kilometers from Earth. The experiment tested a method for changing the orbit of some asteroids to prevent them from possibly crashing into our planet in the future. NASA has said its studies of the crash showed it was successful because the force of the strike changed the asteroid's orbit around a larger asteroid, Didymos. NASA's measurements also found the strike reduced the orbital period of Dimorphos by 33 minutes. Such a major crash would normally create a large crater in the targeted object, but a new study presents evidence that the crash made more than a hole. It likely changed the shape of the whole asteroid. Astronomers at the University of Bern in Switzerland carried out the research. A study detailing the findings recently appeared in the publication Nature Astronomy. The team used a computer simulation system to study the changes to Dimorphos that resulted from the crash. The system aimed to recreate the breakup of space objects that have been hit. The researchers said their simulation method has been used in the past to recreate space objects crashing into each other. For example, the team said it confirmed the results of a Japanese spacecraft collecting a sample from the Ryugu asteroid in 2019. Sabina Raducan is with the Physics Institute of the University of Bern. She helped lead the project. Raducan described the simulation process in a statement as computationally intensive. In total, she said 250 simulations were completed, which reproduced the first 2 hours after the asteroid strike. The researchers used all available information about NASA's operation. These included the predicted shape of Dimorphos, data on the strike itself, as well as the size of the cloud the crash left behind. In addition, the team aimed to estimate unknown details about the asteroid and the surrounding area. Then what we did is check which of the simulation run outcomes most closely match observed reality, Raducan said. She added that results of the research provided clear evidence that the crash turned Dimorphos into a relatively weak rubble pile asteroid. Raducan explained this meant that the object is currently being held together by the asteroid's extremely weak gravity rather than a solid and strong mass. The researchers noted that the results of the simulation and the team's examinations partly explain why the crash was so effective in changing the path of the asteroid. Raducan said the results also persuaded the team that the likelihood is that the crater grew to encompass the entire body itself, so that Dimorphos ended up being completely reshaped. It is therefore unlikely that a crater still exists after the crash. The researchers said the existence of a crater can be investigated further by a European Space Agency, ESA spacecraft. The spacecraft, called Hera, is preparing for a possible launch in October. ESA says Hera's cameras and instruments will carry out detailed studies of Dimorphos and the asteroid it orbits, Didymos. During the operation, the spacecraft will aim to collect the most data yet on such an asteroid system. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn is with me now to talk more about the science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Of course, Dan, glad to be here.
This week's report described new research related to NASA's Planetary Defense Test Mission. We learned that mission likely reshaped the targeted asteroid more than expected. How are these results likely to affect similar NASA missions in the future?
Yes, as you mentioned, the researchers who carried out the study said they think the evidence is strong that the asteroid strike largely reshaped it. And the team said this outcome was important because it shows such crashes can significantly change the makeup of these objects. The NASA team had expected the strike would only leave a crater. So the idea that it was fully changed will certainly lead NASA to make some adjustments in its own future asteroid-related missions.
And the researchers noted this same asteroid system will be explored in a future European Space Agency mission. What more can you tell us about that?
So yes, that mission will involve ESA's Hera spacecraft, which has a target launch date for this October. And if the launch does happen then, it will take another 2 years for Hera to reach the asteroid system. But the leaders of that mission made clear this latest study has been very helpful to them in planning Hera's flight. They say the research has given them ideas for more things to look out for and also what specific observations to make.
Okay, thanks again for joining me, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
Children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
My name is Andrew Smith.
And my name is Jill Robbins. You're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Welcome to the part of the show where we help you do more with our series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
In a recent Lesson of the Day podcast, we talked about Anna going to the store to buy food for a dinner party. In Lesson 39, which is called It's Unbelievable, we see Anna shopping online. She sees an advertisement on television and, as you can imagine, learns an important lesson about advertising.
Winter weather in Washington, D.C. can be really windy. And wind messes up my hair. It is really windy today. Oh, look at my hair. Will it be windy this weekend? I'll listen to the news. I am tired of my untidy hair.
Are you tired of your untidy hair?
Yes, I am. And it's uncomfortable.
Is it uncomfortable?
Yes, it is. Hey, is that Pete?
Hi, I'm Pete, and I have the perfect product for you. Hair Be Good. Just spray Hair Be Good on your hair. Wrap in a towel, and you are done. Hair Be Good works, and it's inexpensive. One can costs only $10. So go online and order your Hair Be Good today.
Hair Be Good sounds perfect, and I can trust Pete. I am buying some right now. Okay, I will order 1 can of Hair Be Good for $10. I'll pay with a credit card. My delivery will arrive in 2 days. Awesome!
We should add that in Let's Learn English, you can find lesson plans with many activities and explanations like the ones we give you in this podcast. For example, there's a pronunciation practice video about the feeling Anna describes for her untidy hair.
One of the new words in this lesson can cause problems for English learners. That word is uncomfortable, and its opposite, comfortable. When you say this word, you do not pronounce some of the letters that you see in the written word.
In this lesson, you hear Anna say that her hair is uncomfortable.
Are you tired of your untidy hair?
Yes, I am. And it's uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Hey, that sounds like one of those reduced forms we've been teaching in some of our earlier podcasts.
Yeah, are you happy? It wouldn't be a lesson of the day without a reduced form.
That's right. Let's listen to more of the story. I want to find out if the hair product helps Anna fix her hair.
I'll use it before I go to work. Okay, hair be good. Make my untidy hair tidy. No, make it fabulous.
Hi, Anna.
Hello, Amelia.
Anna, you look different.
Thanks. I used a new product called Hair Be Good.
Well, it's not.
It's not what?
Good. Your hair does not look good.
Oh, no! This is not good.
Why don't you go home and take care of this?
Good idea.
Listeners, we need to describe for you now how Anna's hair looks in the video. It's standing up straight from her head in all different directions. You could say it's even more untidy than it was before.
It looks very strange. Now you can guess that Anna will be very unhappy with Pete when she meets him on her way home from work. Let's listen.
Hi, Anna.
Hello, Pete.
Is something wrong?
This is wrong.
What did you do to your hair?
Hair Be Good did this to my hair.
Oh, you bought it.
Yes, I bought it. You said in your ad it was a perfect product. This is not perfect. This is imperfect.
It's unbelievable.
I believed your ad, Pete. It was dishonest.
I hope this doesn't damage their friendship. And by the way, you probably figured out that untidy means not neat. In this lesson, you hear Anna use adjectives with negative prefixes. Prefixes are those little 2 or 3 letter pieces that come before a word and change its meaning. The prefixes in this lesson are the letters in, the letters un, the letters dis, and the letters im.
Hey, we had an example of dis in our previous podcast when we talked about Anna and the guy from the country disagreeing.
That's true, we did.
And like I said before, Anna is really unhappy with Pete because she believed his TV ad. She didn't know it was a dishonest ad, one that was not really telling the truth. So it was unbelievable.
Thanks, Jill, for those examples of how those prefixes give the opposite meaning to an adjective. Like when Anna tells Pete that the product in his advertisement does not work.
Yes, I bought it. You said in your ad it was a perfect product. This is not perfect. This is imperfect.
In this example, imperfect means the opposite of perfect. The prefix is im or im.
I suppose our listeners are wondering why there are so many prefixes to make the meaning opposite. Dr. Jill, do you have a linguistic explanation for that?
Of course I do. One reason is that English words were borrowed from several different languages. One of them is German. Words from German use a prefix un or un. And a lot of words come to us from Latin through other languages like French. Those words from Latin use the prefix in or in.
Okay, but what about the other prefixes like I am as in imperfect? Perfect comes from Latin, doesn't it?
Yes, but the prefix in or in changes to im or im before adjectives that begin with p, b, and m, as in impossible and imperfect.
So there, it changes because of the sound of the next letter. That makes sense. There are some important words that take the im, like import, immunize, immortal,
and important, too. There are two other prefix sound changes like that. The prefix in changes to il or ill before the letter L, as in illiterate or not able to read.
That's right. If you are literate, you can read, and if you are illiterate, you cannot read. That prefix also gives us words like illegal and illogical. And isn't there one more prefix? IR, ear. The letters in changes to ear before words that begin with R, as in irresponsible, which means careless.
Right, so we get irregular and irrelevant. But let's get back to our story. Will Anna forgive Pete?
Anna, you don't believe everything you see in ads, do you?
No, Pete. Just the ones with my friends.
Your hair will be okay. Just wash it a couple of times.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Pete. Here's your product. You should call it Hair Be Really, Really Bad. Until next time, Pete. Till next time.
I guess it will take a little time for her to forgive him. But she's learned not to believe everything she sees on television.
That gives me an idea, Andrew. Let's ask our listeners to write to us about some advertising they learned that was not 100% true. Write to us at learningenglish@voanews.com or in the comments on our YouTube video.
And here's a useful vocabulary word for our listeners. An advertisement that is very untrue, we call that a scam. S-C-A-M. So perhaps you have encountered some scams, but hopefully not. And whether you find us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, or on our website, learningenglish.voanews.com, we hope you have enjoyed the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast.
And thanks for listening. I'm Dr. Jill.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear reports from Mario Ritter Jr., Brian Lynn, and Dan Friedel. Later, Faith Perlow presents this week's Everyday Grammar lesson. She looks at the grammar and figurative language in a famous American song. But first, here is Mario Ritter Jr.
Investigators are studying what went wrong when a Japanese Coast Guard aircraft and a passenger jet crashed into each other on Tuesday at Haneda Airport in Tokyo. Officials want to find out what caused the crash, but there are also many questions about the fire that broke out when the planes collided on the runway. The body of the passenger jet, an Airbus 350, was made of carbon composite fibers. Passenger aircraft bodies have traditionally been made of aluminum. The crash may become an important test of the safety of composite materials for some uses in aircraft. Communications from air traffic control at the airport describe some of the events leading to the crash. The larger Japan Airlines JAL passenger jet was given permission to use the runway where the Coast Guard plane, a Bombardier Dash 8, was preparing for takeoff. When they struck each other, an orange fireball exploded from the aircraft, and the passenger jet continued down the runway covered in flames. When the plane stopped, crew members and all 379 passengers slid down emergency chutes within 20 minutes. All survived. The captain of the Coast Guard plane got out, but 5 members of the crew died in the crash. Safety experts are praising the airline's crew and the passengers for escaping the burning plane. The crew shouted, warning the passengers to run away from the plane. Composite materials have been used for many years inside commercial aircraft. But the first commercial plane to have its body, or fuselage, and wings reinforced with carbon fibers was the Boeing 787. It went into service in 2011. About 1,100 of the planes have been produced. The Airbus A350 followed in 2018. About 570 have been sold. Aircraft designers use composite materials because they strengthen plastics and other materials. Boeing says the material can save 20% of the weight of aluminum. The reduced weight saves fuel. Boeing and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, tested the strength of composites to get certification for the 787 jet. But concerns remain about gases released from such materials when they burn. John Goglia is a former member of the National Transportation Safety Board, which investigates aircraft accidents. He said there has always been a concern about composites if they catch fire. Goglia noted that the gases released when composites burn are dangerous. They can even be dangerous after the fire is put out because the fibers might remain in the air. The FAA has said for more than 20 years that there are dangers related to composite materials. FAA officials say the main health dangers include sharp pieces of material, dust, and poisonous gases caused by burning substances that hold the material together. Although the inside of the passenger plane filled with smoke after the explosion, all 379 passengers were able to escape. John Cox, a safety expert, noted, "That fuselage protected them from a really horrific fire. It did not burn through for some period of time and let everybody get out." Goglia said there is no real evidence whether composite materials or aluminum are better at resisting fire long enough to protect people. However, one passenger on the JAL flight said the smoke stung very much. Todd Curtis, a safety expert and former Boeing engineer, warned that injuries from dangerous smoke could take a long time to show up. Passengers involved in accidents usually are in shock and often do not recognize their injuries. Another concern experts noted was the amount of time it took firefighters to put out the fire. Pictures show the JAL flight's burned wreckage near one of the runways. The body was almost completely destroyed by fire. In 2013, a fire at London's Heathrow Airport involving an Ethiopian Airlines Boeing 787 was difficult to stop. Safety expert Curtis said, "Putting out the fire took much more effort than a typical airliner fire." Curtis said he worried at the time about composite fuselage fires. Those concerns, he said, have not gone away. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
A 13-year-old American boy has become the first person ever to beat the popular video game Tetris. The young gamer, Willis Gibson, completed 157 levels of Tetris before the game technically surrendered. Gamers call this kind of ending a kill screen. The Tetris program had no more plays to make, and so it crashed, freezing the video game. Gibson lives in the Midwestern state of Oklahoma and goes by the gaming name Blue Scooty. He can be heard repeatedly shouting, "Oh my God," on a video recording as he beat the game. "I can't feel my fingers," Gibson says in the video. Gaming experts had long considered Tetris unbeatable. This is partly because the video game does not have a clear ending point. Tetris came out in 1984 and quickly became a worldwide favorite. Its creator, Alexei Pajitnov, was a computer programs engineer at the Russian Academy of Sciences in the former Soviet Union. During the game, players move and join together 7 different shapes of falling blocks. The goal is for players to fit the blocks together to form solid lines inside a box. The blocks fall faster as players progress through higher levels of the game. On December 21st, Gibson reached level 157 and dropped a final piece into place. This caused a single line of blocks to disappear and the game to enter a permanent freeze. "This is unbelievable," Vince Clementi, CEO of Classic Tetris World Championship, told Reuters news agency. "Developers didn't think anyone would ever make it that far, and now the game has officially been beaten by a human being. For some time, gamers have known Tetris would eventually reach an ending point and technically shut down. But in the past, only a computer program could force such a game-ending shutdown." Other fans of the game were quick to share Gibson's excitement. Classic Tetris World Champion Justin Yu, who goes by the name Fractal161, declared in his own video, "He did it! He did it!" Tetris chief executive Maya Rogers joined in the celebration. She said in a statement it was fitting Gibson had beat the game just ahead of 2024 when Tetris was entering its 40th anniversary. "Congratulations to Blue Scooty," Rogers said. She added that the extraordinary event defied any previous known limits of the game. Gibson uses a rolling controller playing method popularized in 2021. It permits players to operate the controls in different ways to be able to keep playing longer to reach higher levels. I'm Brian Lynn.
Some important tree species native to the northwestern states in the U.S. are no longer growing well because of climate change. As conditions change in states such as Washington, Oregon, and California, trees such as the Douglas fir, western red cedar, giant sequoia, and redwood may need to move with the help of humans. Some of the trees do not do well when temperatures rise. Others suffer during times of drought. The goal is to move the trees to areas where the climate might be more suitable. Forest scientists are generally in favor of moving the trees so they do not die out. However, not all of the scientists agree on the best way to do it. There are 3 ways to move trees: assisted population migration, assisted species migration, and range expansion. Assisted population migration involves scientists moving a tree's seeds within its current growing range. Assisted species migration involves scientists moving a species far from its existing area. In this case, that would include moving redwoods and sequoias from California to Washington. The third way, range expansion, moves trees just outside their current growing range. Each way has different results for the trees and other animals and insects that depend on the trees. Michael Case is a forest ecologist at the Nature Conservancy in Virginia. He said there is a huge difference among the different migration methods. He said the risk of failure increases whenever you plant something in an area where it is not locally found. He said the risk is not only to the trees. There is also the risk of causing problems in the ecosystem. Case is working on an assisted population migration program with Douglas fir and western hemlock trees. He is testing whether the trees, originally from drier parts of the Northwest, can do well in western Washington where there is a drought. His organization believes that assisted population migration has fewer risks. The U.S. Forest Service also takes part in assisted population migration programs. Dr. David Lytle is the agency's deputy chief for research and development. He said the agency is very, very cautious about moving plants outside of their historic range. Douglas Ptolemy is a professor of entomology and wildlife ecology at the University of Delaware. He said one worry about species migration is that local caterpillars might not eat the leaves of trees that are new to the area. The caterpillars serve as food for birds and other animals, so they must have a good food source. Although the concerns are documented, the city of Portland, Oregon is working on a species migration project for 11 tree species. The project includes 3 oak trees, California black oak, canyon live oak, and interior live oak. Ptolemy said, oak trees are among the most important in North America. When you move them out of range, he said, the things that are adapted to eating them no longer have access to them. The city responded to questions from the Associated Press and said it is using guidelines from universities, state and federal sources, and more in its project. Another group working on species migration projects in the Northwest is called Propagation Nation. To propagate means to produce a new plant through the use of seeds or parts of another plant. That organization is planting non-local trees around the Seattle, Washington area in hopes that they will start growing in places where western red cedar, western hemlock, and big leaf maple are having trouble. David Millarch is the leader of a group in Michigan that supports keeping old trees alive. It is called Archangel Ancient Tree Archive. Millarch said the hope is to permit redwoods and sequoias to grow in areas to the north. The hope is not to replace native trees. He said his group hopes the trees will still be here in 100 to 200 years, and not join the lists of trees that are going extinct. The organizations that are not practicing widely accepted methods for moving species feel like the risks are worth it. But Robert Slesak is not sure about either practice. He oversees population migration sites run by the U.S. Forest Service in California, Oregon, and Washington. He said he has concerns about assisted species migrations and assisted population migrations that lack experimental rigor. Rigor describes an activity that has been tested with high standards. He said all of the ideas about how to move trees should follow experiments that have already produced strong results. Everyone knows we need to do some kind of action related to climate, but there's a real risk of making it worse. I'm Dan Friedel.
holiday season comes to an end. Some traveled far to be with loved ones for Christmas and New Year's Day. Last month, we looked at the song Take Me Home, Country Roads. For many people from the state of West Virginia and the Appalachian Mountains, the song reminds them of home. John Denver recorded the hit song in 1971. Lana Del Rey recently recorded her version of the song. In today's Everyday Grammar, we will continue looking at parts of Del Rey's version of the song and connect it to grammar and figurative language. Let's look at the last section of the song. All my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. I hear her voice in the morning hour. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. In the first two verses of each section, West Virginia is humanized once again, using personification. Personification is the humanization of a non-living thing. The use of the subject and object pronouns she and her give a female quality to the state. That personification of West Virginia as a woman also appears in the chorus of the song, when it is referred to as Mountain Mama. Her voice and she calls me add to the female characteristics of the state. Miner's lady and stranger to blue water are other personified comparisons in the song. West Virginia is known for its coal and limestone mines throughout the state. Many European immigrants came to West Virginia in the late 1800s and early 1900s to work in the mines. Stranger to blue water is a reference to West Virginia's geographic location as a landlocked state. A stranger is an unfamiliar person. The phrase is noting that the state is not near an ocean and is unfamiliar to blue ocean waters. And finally, we have more adjectives. Today, we look at descriptive adjectives, not comparative adjectives. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Dark and dusty refer to the miner's lady line and coal mining. Coal is a dark natural substance found in the earth. West Virginia and other parts of the Appalachian region are rich in this resource. It also creates dusty particles that fill the air. That combination paints or covers the sky. The line misty taste of moonshine also has a descriptive adjective. Misty has several meanings. Mist, the noun form of the word, means water in the form of very small drops floating in the air. So misty means full of mist. It can also describe something that is not clearly seen or remembered. Finally, it can describe eyes that are full of tears. In fact, misty-eyed means the same thing as tearful. Moonshine is a kind of alcohol that is made illegally. Making moonshine was especially common in the hills of Appalachia during Prohibition, which lasted from 1920 to 1933. The alcohol was moved by car at night, and the bootleggers could only see by the light of the moon. That is where it got its name. It is not common to describe a taste or flavor as misty, but there are a few possible meanings. Since moonshine was strong, drinking it could leave one's eyes misty or filled with tears. The misty flavor of moonshine could also refer to the illegal way of producing and transporting the alcohol without anyone knowing. Today, we looked at the rest of the song Country Roads. We found even more personification by comparing West Virginia to a woman with words like miner's lady and
present this week's everyday grammar lesson. She joins me now to talk a bit more about it. Hi, Faith. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, Ashley.
This week you wrote about more personification and adjectives found in the song Take Me Home, Country Roads. Can you tell us more about personification?
Of course. Personification is a type of figurative language used in poems, songs, or stories. Figurative language helps us to use language in a more creative way and not just use the literal meaning of something. So, personification helps us to describe non-living things using human traits. This helps us to create a more interesting picture in our minds when we read.
So, in the song Country Roads, the writers give human characteristics to the American state of West Virginia by referring to it as a woman. It does so using words like she, her, and even calling the state a mother or mama.
Many countries and areas in the world are characterized with the female gender. Think of Mother Russia or Lady Liberty.
Interesting. So why is personification used?
Well, for one thing, it is fun to use language creatively. Another reason we use personification is to help readers empathize or create an emotional connection with an object, and to enhance our understanding of the description of it or its role. Personification also creates more connection between other characters in the story and the non-living thing. And like I said before, it helps us to create images in our minds when we read.
Well, thanks for sharing a bit more about personification today with us, Faith, and thanks for joining me on the show.
You're welcome, Ashley.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. On today's show, Faith Perlow brings us Ask a Teacher. We also hear from Anna Mateo. And we close the show with an American story. But first...
Chinese lawmakers recently entered a fierce online debate on whether fireworks should be used to celebrate the Lunar New Year this February. They said a total ban on fireworks in the country credited with inventing the noisemakers would be hard to enforce. Lawmakers said air pollution prevention and fire safety laws have led to differences in understanding of the ban on fireworks. However, it was never a total ban. In 2017, official data showed 444 cities had banned fireworks. Since then, some of the cities have loosened the bans. They permit fireworks at certain times of the year and at special places. This month, however, many counties made announcements banning fireworks, restarting discussion on the ban. "We've the right to fireworks," wrote a user of Weibo, a popular Chinese online discussion service. Chinese folklore says the earliest fireworks were invented 2,000 years ago to drive away the Nian. The Nian, the story goes, was a monster that hunted people and animals before the Lunar New Year, or Spring Festival. Since then, fireworks came to be used to celebrate other events. This January, after 3 years of COVID-19 restrictions were lifted, some people ignored bans and officials and set off firecrackers. Some Chinese say the fireworks bans were necessary to protect the environment. An online opinion study by the official Beijing Youth Daily found that over 80% of people supported fireworks during Spring Festival. The festival is the most important holiday on the Chinese calendar. Some also said the ban was ironic after the United Nations recently named the Spring Festival an official holiday, a move supported by Chinese officials. "The Spring Festival belongs to the world, but China's is almost gone," wrote another Weibo user. Southern Hunan Province is a worldwide supplier of fireworks. Its exports totaled $579 million from January to November, state media reported. That number is far greater than domestic sales. I'm Dan Novak.
Lawmakers in Uganda are considering barring people from making a popular alcoholic drink at home. The bill being considered would affect people like the Dianabo family. At least once a week, Gerino Dianabo's family gathers around a hole in the ground where bananas have been left to ripen. The family then peels the bananas and puts them into a wooden container shaped like a boat. The father steps in with his bare feet. The sweet banana juice he presses out is then filtered. To this he adds sorghum. The juice is then left to ferment for up to a day. This process changes the juice into an alcoholic drink. The result is the home-brewed drink Ugandans call tonto or tontomera. This word describes a drinker's poor movements. Tonto is famous in Uganda. Everyone drinks it, from officials to laborers. Singers sing about it. Politicians seeking office drink it with voters. And traditional ceremonies end at sunset with Tonto parties. However, there are threats to the way Tonto is currently produced. More people are now drinking low-cost bottled beer. Health officials want rules to limit the risks from contaminated home brews. And officials want to get tax income from the production and sale of the drink. The bill in the National Assembly seeks to set rules for the production and sale of alcohol. It would make the activities of home brewers of Tonto a crime. It would also make the production of other traditional home brews in the East African country a crime. But farmers have a more urgent concern. Not enough new banana juice cultivars are being planted to produce the drink. Instead, more farmers are planting a different sort of banana. This kind is boiled and eaten as a popular dish called matuk. Guarino Dianabo farms in the western district of Mbarara. His first experience with Tonto was as a little boy in the 1970s. He said he has only a few plants left of the cultivars he uses to make Tonto. He gets his bananas from farmers near him until he can fill the small pit on his farm. The natural underground heat ripens the bananas within days as he prepares for the weekly pressing. The event is important in the family's daily life because they sell Tonto. Dinabo said his weekly brew has regular buyers. But in recent years, he has seen both demand and supply slow. This is partly because the sale price of Tonto has been largely unchanged for many years. However, the process of brewing it has become more difficult. Tonto brewers must travel farther for their bananas. Also, the price of sorghum has gone up. You take a lot of time doing this work. It's not as easy as someone who cuts matuk, puts it on a bicycle, and sells it for cash immediately, Dianabo said of the green bananas that are eaten raw by most Ugandans. The bananas used for alcohol come from very far, he added. To help this situation, he has been trying to plant more of the banana juice cultivars. They grow faster. And his son, Matthias Kamukama, helps. The family makes 5 or 6 20-liter jerry cans for each brewing. A jerry can's worth sells for about $8. A half-liter of Tonto sells for about 27 cents, compared to 67 cents for the cheapest bottled beer. Benson Muhureja is an electrician who regularly visits a small drinking place in a poor neighborhood of Mbarara. It is like a favorite drink when you have your lunch. It is like a juice. When you don't want to take beer, you come and have your Tonto, Muhureja said. He said it does not make him feel bad or cause his head to hurt. Christine Kumahanji sells Tonto. She said she receives 2 jerry cans of the brew every day. She knows her business is at risk because of the bill, but she smiled, saying buyers come from all over the city. Tonto will never get finished, she said, meaning Tonto will survive all of these challenges. I'm Anna Mateo. Hi there. This week on Ask a Teacher, we answer a question from Nirmala about the meaning of the word slender. Hello, teacher. I'm Nirmala. What does the word slender mean? Thank you, Nirmala. Thank you for writing to us, Nirmala. As the year starts, many people make new goals. A large number of them center on losing weight. This is a great time for this question. We will talk about the word slender and offer some synonyms to help you compare and understand this word better. The word slender is an adjective. The first meaning has to do with body shape. Something slender is small or round, especially in comparison to its length. A slender person has no extra fat and little roundness, usually in an appealing way. In other words, slender has a positive connotation when used to describe a person. The word skinny, on the other hand, suggests an underweight condition that is not appealing. The slender girl could walk through the narrow opening in the fence. Many cultures consider a long, slender neck beautiful. Some synonyms that you can use in place of slender include slim, lean, and thin. These words all have a more positive association to them than skinny. But what separates them from slender is the idea that slender also includes the association of graceful. Slender can also be used to describe non-physical things. The mayoral candidate won by a slender number of votes. In that sentence, slender means small. Spending money is slender just before payday. In that one, it means limited. The slender glass tube was all that protected the rare sample. In that last sentence, slender means small, but also suggests a delicate or easily breakable quality. Please let us know if these explanations and examples have helped you, Nirmala. Do you have a question about American English? Send us an email at learningenglish@voanews.com. And that's Ask a Teacher. I'm Faith Perlow.
That was this week's Ask a Teacher report. Now, Teacher Faith joins me on the show. Hi, Faith.
It's great to be back in the studio with you, Katie. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. So this week, you had a question from Nirmala about the word slender. I love the sound of the word.
No surprise there. The adjective or descriptive word is most commonly used in a positive way.
What are some associations you make with the word slender?
This is a great question, Katie. It can be helpful when memorizing a word to connect that word with something in real life, something we can easily picture in our minds. When I think of the word slender, what comes to mind is a ballet dancer. Ballet is generally performed on a stage and uses movement, music, costumes, and sets to tell a story. The dancers are usually very slender, long and lean. This is especially true of female ballet dancers. Also, ballet dancers are very graceful. The word slender reflects that idea too. Ballet dancers glide across the stage with graceful arms. This is what I picture for the word slender.
Can you give me a word that is kind of opposite of slender?
Yes, the opposite of slender is curvaceous or curvy. Curvy body types are very round in certain areas, and the word has a positive connotation. When I think of curvy, I think of belly dancers.
Ah, not ballet dance, but belly dance.
Yes, belly dance. Belly dance is a dance from the Middle East, North Africa, Turkey, and even parts of Europe. Belly dancers dance in a way that emphasizes their curves. There are lots of isolated hip movements, belly movements. So that comparison can help you remember what curvy means. And having those two comparisons of dancers can help you to remember the different associations of each word.
Very true, Faith. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Katie.
Today we complete the story Rappaccini's Daughter. It was written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Here is Kay Gallant with the second and final part of Rappaccini's Daughter.
Many years ago, a young man named Giovanni Guasconti left his home in Naples to study in northern Italy. He took a room in an old house next to a magnificent garden filled with strange flowers and other plants. The garden belonged to a doctor, Giacomo Rappaccini. He lived with his daughter Beatrice in a small brown house in the garden. From a window in his room, Giovanni had seen that Rappaccini's daughter was very beautiful. But everyone in Padua was afraid of her father. Pietro Baglioni, a professor at the university, warned Giovanni about the mysterious Dr. Rappaccini. "He is a great scientist," Professor Baglioni told the young man, "but he is also dangerous. Rappaccini cares more about science than he does about people. He has created many terrible poisons from the plants in his garden." One day, Giovanni found a secret entrance to Rappaccini's garden. He went in. The plants all seemed wild and unnatural. Giovanni realized that Rappaccini must have created these strange and terrible flowers through his experiments. Suddenly, Rappaccini's daughter came into the garden. She moved quickly among the flowers until she reached him. Giovanni apologized for coming into the garden without an invitation, but Beatrice smiled at him and made him feel welcome. "I see you love flowers," she said, "and so you have come to take a closer look at my father's rare collection." While she spoke, Giovanni noticed a perfume in the air around her. He wasn't sure if this wonderful smell came from the flowers or from her breath. She asked him about his home and his family. She told him she had spent her life in this garden. Giovanni felt as if he were talking to a very small child. Her spirit sparkled like clear water. They walked slowly through the garden as they talked. At last, they reached a beautiful plant that was covered with large purple flowers. He realized that the perfume from those flowers was like the perfume of Beatrice's breath, but much stronger. The young man reached out to break off one of the purple flowers, but Beatrice gave a scream that went through his heart like a knife. She caught his hand and pulled it away from the plant with all her strength. "Don't ever touch those flowers," she cried. "They will take your life." Hiding her face, she ran into the house. Then Giovanni saw Dr. Rappaccini standing in the garden. That night, Giovanni could not stop thinking about how sweet and beautiful Beatrice was. Finally, he fell asleep. But when the morning came, he woke up in great pain. He felt as if one of his hands was on fire. It was the hand that Beatrice had grabbed in hers when he had reached for one of the purple flowers. Giovanni looked down at his hand. There was a purple mark on it that looked like 4 small fingers and a little thumb. But because his heart was full of Beatrice, Giovanni forgot about the pain in his hand. He began to meet her in the garden every day. At last, she told him that she loved him, but she would never let him kiss her or even hold her hand. One morning, several weeks later, Professor Baglioni visited Giovanni. "I was worried about you," the older man said. "You have not come to your classes at the university for more than a month. Is something wrong?" Giovanni was not pleased to see his old friend. "No, nothing is wrong. I am fine, thank you." He wanted Professor Baglioni to leave, but the old man took off his hat and sat down. "My dear Giovanni," he said, "you must stay away from Rappaccini and his daughter. Her father has given her poison from the time she was a baby. The poison is in her blood and on her breath. If Rappaccini did this to his own daughter, what is he planning to do to you?" Giovanni covered his face with his hands. "Oh, my God," he cried. "Don't worry," the old man continued. "It is not too late to save you, and we may succeed in helping Beatrice too. Do you see this little silver bottle? It holds a medicine that will destroy even the most powerful poison. Give it to your Beatrice to drink." Professor Baglioni put the little bottle on the table and left Giovanni's room. The young man wanted to believe that Beatrice was a sweet and innocent girl, and yet Professor Baglioni's words had put doubts in his heart. It was nearly time for his daily meeting with Beatrice. As Giovanni combed his hair, he looked at himself in a mirror near his bed. He could not help noticing how handsome he was. His eyes looked particularly bright, and his face had a healthy, warm glow. He said to himself, "At least her poison has not gotten into my body yet." As he spoke, he happened to look at some flowers he had just bought that morning. A shock of horror went through his body. The flowers were turning brown. Giovanni's face became very white as he stared at himself in the mirror. Then he noticed a spider crawling near his window. He bent over the insect and blew a breath of air at it. The spider trembled and fell dead. "I am cursed," Giovanni whispered to himself. My own breath is poison. At that moment, a rich, sweet voice came floating up from the garden. Giovanni, you are late. Come down. You are a monster, Giovanni shouted as soon as he reached her. And with your poison you have made me into a monster too. I am a prisoner of this garden. Giovanni, Beatrice cried, looking at him with her large bright eyes, why are you saying these terrible things? It is true that I can never leave this garden, but you are free to go wherever you wish. Giovanni looked at her with hate in his eyes. Don't pretend that you don't know what you've done to me. A group of insects had flown into the garden. They came toward Giovanni and flew around his head. He blew his breath at them. The insects fell to the ground dead. Beatrice screamed, I see it! I see it! My father's science has done this to us. Believe me, Giovanni, I did not ask him to do this to you. I only wanted to love you. Giovanni's anger changed to sadness. Then he remembered the medicine that Professor Baglioni had given him. Perhaps the medicine would destroy the poison in their bodies and help them to become normal again. Dear Beatrice, he said, our fate is not so terrible. He showed her the little silver bottle and told her what the medicine inside it might do. I will drink first, she said. You must wait to see what happens to me before you drink it. She put Baglioni's medicine to her lips and took a small sip. At the same moment, Rappaccini came out of his house and walked slowly toward the two young people. He spread his hands out to them as if he were giving them a blessing. My daughter, he said, you are no longer alone in the world. Give Giovanni one of the purple flowers from your favorite plant. It will not hurt him now. My science and your love have made him different from ordinary men. My father, Beatrice said weakly, why did you do this terrible thing to your own child? Rappaccini looked surprised. What do you mean, my daughter? He asked. You have power no other woman has. You can defeat your strongest enemy with only a breath. Would you rather be a weak woman? I want to be loved, not feared, Beatrice replied. But now it does not matter. I am leaving you, Father. I am going where the poison you have given me will do no harm. Goodbye to you, Giovanni. Beatrice dropped to the ground. She died at the feet of her father and Giovanni. The poison had been too much a part of the young woman. The medicine that destroyed the poison destroyed her as well.
That's all the time we have for today's show, but join us again tomorrow for another VOA Learning English program. Thanks for listening. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel. daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
Today on the podcast, Dan Novak is here to tell us about a grandmother who is enjoying life again thanks to a video game. Then, Anna Matteo is here for this week's Words and Their Stories. Finally, Katie tells us about the presidency of Donald Trump. But first, the Higher Education Report. Harvard University's Claudine Gay recently became the second Ivy League president to step down under pressure from alumni, political activists, and supporters of the university. Gay was the first black president of Harvard and second woman to lead the university. She started the job only 6 months ago. Gay and two other presidents were widely criticized after making controversial comments to the U.S. Congress in December. Gay, along with Sally Kornbluth of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Liz McGill of the University of Pennsylvania, were called to Washington to discuss American lawmakers' concerns about anti-Semitism on college campuses. Anti-Semitism is the hatred of Jewish people. The U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Education chose the presidents because their schools had been at the center of the rise in anti-Semitic protests, a committee spokesperson said in a statement. The protests were related to the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. Harvard graduate Elise Stefanik of New York is part of the Republican-led committee. She asked each university leader about how their school would react to calls to kill large numbers of Jews, something described as genocide. Stefanik asked McGill, "Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?" Penn is the University of Pennsylvania, a member of the Ivy League. She asked the same question of Gay and Kornbluth.
None of the school leaders were able to clearly say calling for the death of Jews violated school rules. The presidents were sharply criticized for their lack of clarity. Within a few days, influential members of the University of Pennsylvania community pushed McGill to resign. For a time, it looked as if Gay's job was safe. She received support from some notable professors at Harvard, including legal scholar Lawrence Tribe. Tribe said it is dangerous for universities to be bullied into micromanaging their policies. He was talking about the way some activists and politicians seemed to be pushing the universities toward their preferred result. One of those activists is Christopher Rufo. Rufo is a member of the leadership group that oversees New College of Florida. With the support of Governor Ron DeSantis, Rufo and others have been pushing the small college to change its curriculum. After Gay announced her resignation on January 2nd, Rufo wrote words of celebration on X, formerly known as Twitter. He and other conservatives believe American higher education has too many liberal people in leadership roles. Gay's position at Harvard looked safe in December. So what changed? In the weeks following the congressional hearing, Some critics charged Gay with using duplicative language in academic writing. To duplicate means to make an exact copy of something. They also said Gay had plagiarized or claimed others' writing as her own. The charges, however, did not come from those working in higher education. They came from people like Rufo, who are working to push out higher education leaders they do not agree with.
At first, Harvard said it did not consider Gay's work to be intentional or reckless, but pressure continued. Many observers believe the conservative activists felt Gay only received Harvard's presidency because she was a black woman. On X, Rufo wrote that he was establishing a plagiarism hunting fund as a way to oust university leaders and bring attention to the rot in the Ivy League. Gay wrote a letter to the Harvard community announcing she was leaving her position with a heavy heart. She also said it was frightening to be attacked due to her race. Gay said she would remain at Harvard as a professor. Academic experts who have been following the pressure campaign on Gay say the plagiarism accusations only came after it looked like she would not lose her job. They worry that people who do not like the leaders of major American universities will now research their academic writing in search of duplications and poor citations. Devarian Baldwin is a historian at Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. He writes about race and higher education. Baldwin said Gay made mistakes in her writing and noted that anti-plagiarism software will make it easy for critics to find problematic writing by college leaders and professors. The tools are designed to help educators learn whether their students' writings are their own. But Baldwin said the tools can be dangerous if they fall into the hands of people who want to argue that academia is full of corrupt and incompetent people. Incompetent means someone lacks the ability to do something well. Irene Mulvey is president of the American Association of University Professors. She said, plagiarism investigations could be weaponized to push out presidents. She said she is concerned that conservative activists will use the successful campaign against Gay as a method to push out other academic leaders. For presidents to be taken down like this, it does not bode well for academic freedom, she said. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Gina Bennett.
Few players of the online video game Free Fire know that one of their top opponents is an 81-year-old grandmother from rural Chile. From her professional gaming chair at home in a small village, Maria Elena Arevalo becomes a hunter. She shoots down opponents in a game in which tens of millions of players fight to survive on an imaginary island. Arevalo does not look like her online character, Mami Nena. That is the nickname she got from her only grandson, Hector Carrasco, who is 20. It was Carrasco who introduced Arevalo to the digital world of gaming. It has given her a new excitement for life after falling into deep loneliness following the death of her husband of 56 years in 2020. I didn't even know what a mouse was, she told AFP, at her home in the town of Yay Yay in central Chile. Afterwards, I got excited. We started to play whenever Carrasco could. I felt better because I didn't think so much about my late husband anymore. At first, I didn't want to hurt anyone, she added, but with time, she grew more competitive. Today, Arevalo plays at the heroic level. That is just one level below the highest Grandmaster level, which only 300 players compete in. She has 4 million followers on social media service TikTok and 650,000 on YouTube, where she shares tips with fellow players. Last year, she visited Mexico City as a Free Fire ambassador for the game's anniversary celebrations. The cost-free trip was her first outside of Chile. All the kids asked me for autographs. It was beautiful. The day I die, I'll take that with me, she said. Earlier this month, Arevalo was named one of Chile's 100 most important older people by the El Mercurio newspaper and the Catholic University for helping break down age stereotypes. It's totally cool, and I feel like she's my best friend, Carrasco said of his famous grandmother. 3 years after starting to play Free Fire, Arevalo said she no longer feels lonely. But a recent study found that nearly half of people over 80 in Chile say they feel lonely. Older people are finding comfort in gaming. For example, a Ukrainian team known as Young Guard are strong Counter-Strike competitors. A 93-year-old Japanese named Hamako Mori is thought to be the oldest gamer in the world. She is also known by her alias Gamer Grandma. For Arevalo, gaming is becoming harder for her because of a worsening skin condition. But she is not planning to slow down. I love doing this. I'll keep going as far as I can, she said. I'm Dan Novak.
And now, words and their stories from VOA Learning English. Today, let's talk about a common art activity, coloring. Coloring books are common objects of play and learning for children around the world. In recent years, coloring books for adults have grown popular too. Children usually color with wax sticks called crayons. But you can also use color markers, pens, and pencils. Adding color to black and white images is fun and often calming. You just choose a color and fill in the space created by the lines. In fact, children are often taught to stay inside the lines when they color. Apparently, this idea does not come naturally. Child development experts say very young children begin by scribbling on a coloring page. They do not pay attention to the lines of the picture. The result is a colorful but often messy-looking picture. Then, between the ages of 2 and 5, they start coloring inside the lines. This progression shows an improvement in many skills: fine motor skills, hand-eye coordination, space and object awareness, and more. Many children are taught to color inside the lines. As a result, many adults do the same. This makes the finished artwork look more organized and proper, because you followed the image's guide lines. That is why the expression, coloring inside the lines, means to think or act within generally accepted guidelines. If you color inside the lines, you follow the rules. You stay in the lines, or you play by the book. Not the coloring book, but the rule book. You can also say you stick to the script. A script contains the spoken words, performers must say out loud in a play, movie, or show. Sticking to the script means you do not change the lines you are given. Such people can also be said to toe the line. That expression comes from foot racing. On the other hand, people who color outside the lines do not follow rules. They are rebels. Rebels reject rules. They color outside the lines and think outside the box. Instead of sticking to the script, they go off script. They improvise. Just as with rule followers, we have many word phrases and expressions for rule breakers. They break new ground. They are groundbreakers. They buck traditions. Used as a verb this way, buck means to oppose or resist. Next time you want to describe these two kinds of people, you will have plenty of expressions to choose from. And that's the end of this Words and Their Stories. Until next time, I'm Anna Mateo.
I'm Dan Friedel, and you're listening to the Learning English podcast. We just heard Anna Mateo talk about following rules. Anna, can you remind our listeners about how you approached the subject?
Sure, Dan. This week, I talked about the expression coloring inside the lines. That is a way to talk about following rules or guidelines.
Anna, what are some of the other ways that people talk about following rules?
Well, if you like sports, you can use the expression to toe the line. That comes from foot racing. If someone is talking about being a good rule follower, but they want to use a text expression, they can say that person sticks to the script.
Maybe that would apply to recording something like a podcast, right?
It very well could. We write a script. Sometimes we stick to the script, and sometimes we go off the script.
We get inspired to color outside the lines, Anna.
Exactly. You want to add something. You want to improvise. That is a word that I used in my story.
Anna, you are one of the best improvisers I know. How do you think you gained that skill?
I actually had an improvisational comedy class many, many years ago. I think everyone should take a class like that because it teaches you to stay on the subject, but talk around it, to expand on it without leaving it completely.
Well, we mentioned towing the line, but if you're good at improv, you can stay on your toes in case you have to react to something you're not expecting.
Very good improv from you, Dan. So just so our listeners know, improv is a shortened way to say improvisational or to improvise.
Now, Anna, when you and I are doing the podcast, I usually try to keep it moving along. So I'm the one who toes the line. We just want to mention how that saying came to be. And it's from running races, right? At the beginning of time when people were trying to decide who was the fastest runner among a group of runners, maybe they would draw a line in the sand. That's something that we've talked about in Words and Their Stories before. Draw a line in the sand and everybody steps up to the line, and nobody should get an advantage and put their toe over the line. So I think that's where this phrase towing the line and following the rules comes from. Does that sound about right?
That's right, Dan. Runners do not want to have other runners to have an unfair start. So they toe the line. They put their toe up to that line. And that way everyone starts at the same place for the race. But I think it is okay some of the time to not toe the line, to go off script, or to break the mold. Those are other ways to say that you're doing something a little differently. You are thinking outside the box. Sometimes that is how great advances are made.
Maybe you have a story about some of your own outside of the box thinking.
During COVID, all of us had to work from home. Now, if you are writing at a computer, that is very adaptable to working from home. But what about making video programs? What about production in a studio? Those things had to change. We had to think outside the box.
That's a good example, Anna. We wouldn't have had all of the great learning English videos without some good thinking from you and our colleagues. So what's one thing everybody did, or one thing you did, to make sure these videos stayed in production during the time that people couldn't work together in the studio?
I personally like to shoot outdoors. The lighting is good. People do not expect a studio-like quality. So I leaned into that. That means that's my strength. I thought outside the box, and I used the outdoors to do my shooting. Even today, COVID is over. We're working back in the studios and at home, both. But I still like to go outside with my camera and take some video. It gives me new ideas and helps me think outside the box. So I'm keeping that part.
The only problem about outdoor, outside the box thinking is when you have loud traffic noises like car horns or a train going by or maybe a noisy bird. But other than that, it sounds really good. Well, thanks, Anna, for telling us about your out-of-the-box thinking today.
You're welcome, Dan. Thanks for having me.
VOA Learning English presents America's Presidents. Today we are talking about Donald Trump, the 45th U.S. President. He was elected in 2016. Because his presidency is so new, this program will not discuss his time in office. Instead, it will discuss his early life. And it will note a few ways that Trump's background is unusual compared to most U.S. presidents. Donald Trump was born in Queens, a borough of New York City. He was the fourth child. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. His mother had been born in Scotland. His father, whose relatives were German, became a successful businessman in New York. Donald and his 2 brothers helped their father in the family business. At the time, the business was called Elizabeth Trump and Son, after his grandmother and father. The work related to building, buying, and managing property. By his own telling, young Donald often created trouble in school. So, when he was 13 years old, his parents sent him to a military-style school. Donald said that, for the most part, he enjoyed the experience. Other students there remembered him as a good baseball player, as popular with girls, and as someone who wanted to succeed. Trump went on to college, first at Fordham University in New York, and then at the University of Pennsylvania. He earned a degree in economics. He was also already investing in real estate. After he graduated, Trump quickly returned to New York City and his career. In time, he became the head of the family business. He renamed it the Trump Organization. As its president, Trump developed and put his name on luxury buildings, casinos, hotels, and golf courses around the world. Later, he became linked to the entertainment industry too. He became a part owner of beauty pageants, hosted a television show, and wrote a book about how to succeed in business. During those years, Trump also married 3 times and divorced twice. The media wrote especially about his first and second marriages because he openly had a relationship with his second wife while he was married to his first. In 2005, he married Melania Naus, a former model from Slovenia. She is only the second First Lady who was not born in the United States. The first was Louisa Adams, who came from Britain in 1801. Altogether, Trump has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Because Trump has been a public figure for most of his life, many Americans were familiar with him before he ran for president. To some, he is linked to success in business and branding. To others, notes journalist Jackie Calms, he is linked to debt and legal battles. But until he officially entered the 2016 campaign as a Republican candidate, few linked him to politics. Trump is unusual among past presidents in that he had never worked in the government before, nor has Trump served in the military. Only Presidents Taylor, Grant, and Eisenhower had no past government experience. However, they had all been generals. During the campaign for president, other candidates spent money to buy advertising. But Trump spread his message on free television, radio, and social media. Trump won the Republican nomination over 16 candidates. He went on to defeat Democratic Party nominee Hillary Clinton to win the presidency. Trump was 70 years old when he was sworn in. Trump was unusual in how he communicated with the public. As a president, he continued to use Twitter, now known as X, to communicate his thoughts directly to anyone who wanted to follow him. Many earlier presidents also used changes in technology to interact with the public. Woodrow Wilson was the first to hold press conferences regularly with reporters. Franklin Roosevelt famously spoke to Americans on the radio. John F. Kennedy and later Richard Nixon are credited with using television to their advantage. While the long-term effects of Trump's presidency are not yet known, he will likely be remembered in part for his direct and unscripted style of communication. I'm Katie Weaver.
And that's the Learning English podcast for today. Thank you, Katie, for that report. And thanks to our VOA colleagues for their work on today's program.
Most importantly, thank you for listening. For more, visit our website at learningenglish.voanews.com. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel.
This is VOA1, the hits.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, John Russell reports on some news that will please cat lovers in Singapore. Later, Brian Lynn presents this week's science report. Finally, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins bring us today's lesson of the day. But first, here is John Russell.
Sunny is a proud Singaporean citizen who follows the laws of her country. Mostly, anyway. For the last 3 years, she has been illegally sheltering a cat called Mooncake. A 34-year-old Singaporean law bars cats from government-built housing. Such housing is where most of the city-state's population lives, and Mooncake too, although secretly. Luckily for Sunny and her cat, Singapore plans to end the feline ban later this year. The legal change will free Sunny from the threat of a $3,007 fine or her pet's possible removal. The 30-year-old works in marketing and asked to be identified only by her first name for the security of her cat. She did not want to risk officials removing Sunny from her care. She wonders about the reasoning behind the ban. Cats are so much quieter than dogs. If they allow dogs, I don't understand why not cats. Officials rarely enforce the ban, and the law is only for the High-Rise Housing and Development Board, HDB, buildings. 80% of Singapore's 3.6 million people live in the buildings. The ban does, however, make life difficult for cat owners. One problem they face is health care for their animals. Medical insurance cannot be provided for illegal pets. Lawmaker Louis Ng campaigned to end the ban. He said the law sometimes becomes part of disputes between neighbors. A lot of times, the cats are collateral when there's neighborly disputes, he said. One neighbor will threaten to tell police about another neighbor's cat. Established in 1960, the HDB plan sells government-built housing directly to citizens for 99-year special agreements. The policy has led to one of the world's highest home ownership rates. Still, people who live in the buildings are subject to many restrictions and laws. Cats were permitted in HDB apartments until 1989, when lawmakers changed the housing law. On its website, the HDB says cats are difficult to keep contained in individual homes. It also says that cats drop hairs and other body waste in public areas and can be loud. It is not clear what made the Singapore government decide to end the cat ban, but a 2022 government public opinion study may have been the turning point. The study results showed 9 out of 10 Singaporeans believed that cats were fit to keep as pets, including in HDB buildings. Officials are requesting public input on a proposed cat management policy. Dogs have not been subject to a similar ban, but they are limited to 1 per household, and only some kinds of dogs are permitted. Market research company Euromonitor International has predicted a big increase in cat ownership. It estimated Singapore's current pet population at around 94,000 cats and 113,000 dogs. Lawmaker Ng, who ran an animal aid group before joining Parliament in 2015, also hopes the change will lead more people to adopt rescued cats. Under the new rules, HDB homeowners would be limited to 2 pet cats. The rules also require owners to register their pets with the government. The owners must also get special identifying electronic devices for the animals. And owners must install protective devices on windows so cats do not get out. Some cat lovers say the new laws do not go far enough. Tenuga Vijayakumar from the Cat Welfare Society wants the law to require sterilization. Another cat rescuer, Chan Chao Wa, urges officials to punish irresponsible owners. He said he had to take care of a cat that fell from a high window in one home. The owners refused to pay its medical bills. Wa also took care of another cat that was abandoned because he had heart disease. I end up taking over these cases. Basically, I look after them until they pass away, said Chun, estimating he spent $45,100 on cat medical expenses in 2022. But for many cat owners, the law will bring peace of mind, including mooncakes. I think it is a good thing, and it's a step forward after 30 years, Sunny said. I'm John Russell.
A series of new space missions are planned for the coming year. Here is a look ahead at some of the ones to watch out for in 2024. The American Space Agency, NASA, launched its first flight in the Artemis program in 2022. That mission, called Artemis 1, sent the Orion spacecraft on a trip to fly around the moon. Artemis aims to return astronauts to the moon for the first time since NASA's Apollo 17 mission in 1972. Artemis 1 was a test of the Orion spacecraft, or capsule, as well as NASA's huge Space Launch System, SLS, rocket that carried it into space. That mission sent Orion more than 400,000 kilometers away from Earth and completed a close flyby of the moon. NASA officials declared Artemis 1 a huge success. NASA plans to launch Artemis 2 in late 2024. It is expected to take the same path that Artemis 1 took around the moon, but this time it will be carrying 4 NASA astronauts aboard Orion. NASA says Artemis 2 aims to confirm all of the spacecraft's systems operate as designed with crew aboard in the actual environment of deep space. While Artemis 2 will not complete a landing, several other lunar landers are expected to touch down on the moon's surface in 2024. The first of these launches is planned for January 8th. It involves a lander named Peregrine. The 1.9-meter-tall spacecraft is made by the private American space company Astrobotic Technology. It will launch aboard a Vulcan Centaur rocket made by United Launch Alliance, ULA. Peregrine is expected to carry 20 research experiments to the moon for 7 countries. It will aim to land in an area known as Sinus Viscositatis. NASA says the area sits next to the Gruithuisen domes, the largest dark spot on the near side of the moon. Another astrobotic lander called Griffin is set to launch to the moon's south pole in late 2024. It will be carrying an exploring robot or rover called Viper. Viper is designed to search for water sources on the moon. In addition to those, American space company Intuitive Machines is providing 2 landers to NASA expected for launches next year. Japan will also attempt to become the 5th nation to reach the surface of the moon in mid-January. The country's space agency launched the spacecraft called SLIM in September. SLIM's mission goal is to test the possibility that spacecraft can land on very specific targets. The European Space Agency, ESA, plans to launch its Hera spacecraft in October on a mission to return to an asteroid system visited by NASA's DART spacecraft in 2022. Hera is designed to collect data on the targeted system called Didymos. The spacecraft is expected to closely examine the physical properties of Didymos and measure detailed effects of DART's crash. NASA hopes to launch its Europa Clipper mission in October. This orbiter is designed to carry out close examinations of Jupiter's moon Europa. Specifically, the mission will look for signs that the icy moon might hold the right conditions to support life. NASA says the orbiter will fly in orbit around Jupiter and perform repeated close flybys of the ice moon. NASA and Boeing have said they plan to launch the first crewed test flight of the company's Starliner spacecraft. NASA said it is targeting March 2024 to have Starliner ready for flight. A launch date is to be set later. The spacecraft completed its first uncrewed flight test to the ISS last May, but Boeing has experienced several technical difficulties with Starliner during the mission and has worked with NASA to fix the problems as it prepares for the planned crewed flight. SpaceX, another NASA partner, has been successfully using its rockets and spacecraft to transport astronauts and materials to the ISS since 2020. But the company will be seeking a successful test flight in 2024 for its Super Heavy Starship spacecraft. SpaceX experienced 2 failed Starship tests in 2023, one in April and the other in November, which resulted in explosions. The April blast caused major damage to the launch structure in the state of Texas. SpaceX has said it has been examining the issues related to the explosions and plans to carry out another test of Starship as soon as possible. But it will have to wait until the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, completes its investigation of the launch site damage and approves a new test. I'm Brian Lynn.
Brian Lynn joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Sure, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
This week, you looked ahead to some big planned space missions. And one thing that stood out in the report is the increasing numbers of missions involving private companies. Why are we seeing so many of these right now?
Yes, this is one thing I noticed, too, preparing the report. The main reason I think we're seeing so many of these right now is that these private partnerships with NASA have finally developed to the point where flights can actually be launched. NASA began its Commercial Crew Program in 2011, and this is how these private space missions were established. But, of course, it takes years to develop the program, award private contracts, and receive NASA approvals for specific missions. So I think this is really the beginning of many more to come.
Perhaps one of the most important missions to watch will be Artemis II, scheduled for late 2024, because it can mark a big step forward in bringing the U.S. closer to its goal of finally returning astronauts to the moon.
Yes, and I think it will be particularly exciting because this flight will be traveling to very distant areas around the moon, and this time carrying astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft. Of course, it won't land on the moon, but will transport the astronauts to areas nearly 400,000 kilometers away from Earth. And this is, of course, way farther than current flights to the International Space Station, which travel distances closer to just 400 kilometers.
Okay, well, thanks again for being here, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ashley.
My name is Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
You are listening to The Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Today's lesson helps you do more with Level 2 of our video series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
At the beginning of Lesson 5 of Level 2, Anna feels like she needs a break from work. At that moment, she sees an advertisement near the street. The advertisement, or ad, has a question in large letters and a picture of a beach.
The question says,
Do you need a vacation?
The name of a travel agency is written at the bottom of the ad. It says, World's Best Travel Agency.
Agency is a word for a kind of business that helps people with some plans or that provides a service for another business. In addition to travel agency, some examples are insurance agency, advertising agency, and employment agency.
The word agency can also mean a government administration or office, such as a security agency.
Anna decides to visit the travel agency she saw in the advertisement.
And it's not just any travel agency. It should be very special because it is called the World's Best Travel Agency.
The word best is the superlative form of the adjective good. And Lesson 5 of Level 2 reviews the comparative and superlative forms.
The words better and best, and the words worse and worst are special examples of these comparative and superlative forms.
Let's listen to the first part of Anna's visit to the agency. And be sure to listen for the superlative form.
No, you can't get your money back. I don't care that it was your worst vacation ever. Hello, have a seat. Welcome to the world's best travel agency.
Thank you. And congratulations.
For what?
For being the world's best travel agency.
Right. Thanks. Trudy, hold my calls. I'm going to sell our most expensive vacation.
The travel agent, played by our colleague Dan, thinks Anna will buy the most expensive vacation he offers because Anna believes his agency really is the best one.
In other words, he thinks Anna is naive and gullible.
That means he thinks she will believe whatever he says and that she can be easily tricked.
Naive is spelled N-A-I-V-E, and we put 2 little dots above the letter I to show that we pronounce that vowel separately. And gullible is spelled G-U-L-L-I-B-L-E.
Dan tells his assistant, Trudy, to hold his calls. When we call a business, we often get put on hold on the phone. That means we have to wait to speak to someone.
Dan says, hold my calls, to show he does not want to be interrupted. Let's listen to the first kind of vacation the agent tries to sell Anna.
The mountain getaway is good for you. It's a little pricey, but think of it. You on top of a mountain for 7 days.
I'm afraid of high places.
The adjective pricey means expensive, and the comparative form is pricier, and the superlative form is priciest. Now let's listen to more vacations Dan tries to sell Anna.
I'm afraid of high places.
Of course you are. That's why our deep sea adventure is better for you. It is pricier than the mountain getaway. Just you and the animals of the sea.
Shark!
No, there are no sharks in your dream vacation. You need the safari campout. It is our priciest vacation, but I think it's the best one for you. During the day, you'll see elephants, giraffes, and lions. At night, you'll sleep out under the stars.
Look, I think this was a bad idea.
Sure, you can leave, but then you won't see the latest vacation technology.
When Dan says the latest, he isn't referring to being on time or not being on time. Instead, we say the latest to describe something that is the newest or most modern.
For example, we can say the latest technology, the latest news, the latest styles, the latest ideas, and so on.
And in casual speech, we might ask someone, "So, what's the latest?" This just means, what is the news or most recent information about a particular topic?
Now, let's listen to Professor Bott explain a bit more.
Did you find all of those adjectives? Dan started with good. Then he moved to better. And finally, he said the safari campout was the best vacation for Anna.
You can repeat the forms to help you remember them, like this. Good, better, best. Good, better, best. Good, better, best.
And you can do the same for the negative forms. Bad, worse, worst. Bad, worse, worst. Bad, worse, worst.
Now, let's see if Dan can get Anna to stay and see the latest in vacation technology.
Sure, you can leave, but then you won't see the latest vacation technology.
Exactly what is the latest vacation technology? Exactly.
I'm happy you asked. Meet the TravelMax 2000.
Wow.
So tell me how you like to travel.
I like travel that is cozy and romantic, but still exciting.
Great. Tell me more.
I like traveling in a plane, but not in a helicopter. Planes are a little scary, but helicopters are scarier. My favorite way of traveling is by train. Ships can be the scariest. Have you seen the movie Titanic? Oh, and no horses. I will ride a camel. Oh, and no bike tours. Biking is the slowest and least romantic way to travel. Excuse me, but I think the TravelMax 2000 is on fire.
Yes, we're both on fire. We really want to sell you the the best vacation ever.
No, I mean it's really on fire.
You killed it! You killed the TravelMax 2000.
I am so sorry.
Oh.
Can I help you fix it?
No, no.
Don't cry. I know what you need.
Oh.
A vacation.
Oh,
the safari campout looks fun. It is the priciest, but I think you deserve it.
No, no.
This is the smokiest lesson yet. I can't breathe. Just go to the website.
It's true. You can learn more from our website. Remember that each lesson of Let's Learn English has a lesson plan you can download for free. It explains more about the lesson and has helpful information for both students and teachers.
And listeners, here are some questions for you. You can email us your answers. What have been some of your best and worst travel experiences? What would be the best kind of vacation for you? And what is scary for you? What is the scariest situation you have ever been in?
You can email your answers to learningenglish@voanews.com, and we might mention your answers in a future podcast.
Thanks for listening, and be sure to write to us.
Remember that you can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
That's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, I report on the Golden Globe Awards. Brian Lynn has a story on an American company that launched the first private space mission to the moon. Anna Mateo has the health and lifestyle report on a man who may regain use of his hand after a nerve operation. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the lesson of the day. But first, the historical film Oppenheimer won big at the Golden Globe Awards Sunday. It won 5 awards, including Best Drama. And the comedy Poor Things upset summer hit Barbie as Hollywood threw its biggest party since labor disputes shut down much of show business last year. Oppenheimer is about the making of the atomic bomb. It won 5 awards, including Best Movie Drama. Actors Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. won awards for their performances. Christopher Nolan won his first Golden Globe Award for Best Director for the film. Poor Things stars Emma Stone as a woman who was brought back to life by scientists. It won Best Movie Musical or Comedy. Awards watchers had widely expected that honor to go to Barbie, the female empowerment story inspired by the famous toy. Barbie led 2023 box office lists and went into the night with a leading 9 nominations. But it went home with just 2 awards. One was for Billie Eilish's song What Was I Made For? Another was for a new category called Cinematic and Box Office Achievement, created for widely seen films. Lily Gladstone was the Best Actress winner for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon. She began her acceptance speech by introducing herself in the Blackfeet Native American language, which she learned in school. This is an historic win, Gladstone continued in English. It doesn't belong to just me. I am holding it right now with all my beautiful sisters. She thanked director Martin Scorsese, as well as Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro, her co-stars in the film. The movie was based on murders of members of the Osage Nation in the 1920s. In television, Succession was named Best Drama and led all series with 4 wins, including a lead acting award for Kieran Culkin. The Bear, a television series about the struggles of owning a restaurant, won Best TV Comedy. Actors Jeremy Allen White and Ayo Edebiri both won awards for their performances in The Bear. Less serious than the Academy Awards, the Golden Globes nearly collapsed in recent years. A 2021 Los Angeles Times report noted a lack of diversity among the 80 members of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, or HFPA. That is the group that previously voted on the Globes. The 2022 ceremony was canceled, and the HFPA was shut down. The awards returned last year, but drew a small audience. The awards are now voted on by a group of about 300 entertainment reporters from around the world. Sunday's ceremony showed Hollywood has re-accepted the Globes. Several of Hollywood's biggest stars could be seen in the crowd, including Meryl Streep and De Niro. Pop singer Taylor Swift also joined the crowd as a nominee for her recent concert film. The ceremony at the Beverly Hilton Hotel started Hollywood's yearly awards season, which ends with the Academy Awards on March 10th. The event brought top stars together for the first time after 6 months of strikes by actors and writers last year.
An American company successfully launched a mission Monday to explore the moon. The launch of a robotic lander marked the first time a private space vehicle has been sent to the lunar surface. However, the company reported a serious fuel leak about 7 hours after the launch. The 1.9-meter-tall lander, called Peregrine, launched at 7:18 UTC from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The spacecraft was built by Astrobotic Technology, a company based in the eastern U.S. state of Pennsylvania. It was carried into space on a Vulcan Centaur rocket. The rocket was built by American space launch company United Launch Alliance, or ULA, a joint venture of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. Earlier, Astrobotic Chief Executive John Thornton said if all goes as planned, Peregrine will attempt to land on the moon February 23rd. However, Astrobotic said in a statement it is currently assessing possible changes to the mission to see what might be possible. If the fuel issue is serious, it threatens the ability of the spacecraft to land on the moon, the company said. Astrobotic said in a press release, Peregrine is loaded with 20 research experiments involving 7 different countries. It is equipped to collect data on radiation and materials found on the moon's surface. The lander also carried a small robotic explorer and other materials. These included a physical Bitcoin, a piece of rock from Mount Everest, and the ash remains of famous space lovers Gene Roddenberry and Arthur C. Clarke. Roddenberry was creator of the popular science fiction television show Star Trek, and Clarke was a science fiction writer. The Navajo Nation recently sought to have the launch delayed because of the inclusion of the remains. The head of the Native American group called the sending of remains a desecration because Native Americans consider the moon a sacred place. In a message on X, formerly Twitter, Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren said, "The suggestion of transforming the mission into a resting place for human remains is deeply disturbing and unacceptable to our people and many other tribal nations." Astrobotic's Thornton answered the criticism by saying the Navajo Nation's objections came too late to reach an agreement on the issue, but he promised to try to find a good path forward with the Navajo Nation for future missions. So far, only 4 nations have successfully landed spacecraft on the moon: the United States, China, the Soviet Union, and India. The last time the United States landed on the moon was in 1972 with its Apollo 17 mission. NASA is currently moving ahead with its Artemis program, which aims to return astronauts to the moon. Astrobotic is trying to be the first private business to successfully land on the moon in an effort to support the Artemis program. But the Associated Press reports another space company's lander might beat Peregrine to the lunar surface. This is because that lander, called Nova C, is set to take a more direct path to the moon. It plans to launch next month on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Nova C was built by Texas-based space company Intuitive Machines. The company also plans to send the lander to the moon for another mission later this year. Private companies from Japan and Israel tried in the past to land spacecraft on the moon, but those attempts failed. Japan's space agency will attempt another moon landing in mid-January. The agency, JAXA, launched the SLIM spacecraft on its way to the moon in September. SLIM's goal is to test the possibility that spacecraft can land on very specific targets. Another Astrobotic lander, called Griffin, is set to launch to the moon's south pole in late 2024. It will be carrying an exploring robot or rover called Viper. Viper is designed to search for water sources on the moon. All the private space missions were developed through NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services (CLPS) program. The program aims to turn over the country's major missions to private companies in an effort to operate at reduced costs. I'm Brian Lynn.
Regain the use of his hand after having a new kind of medical operation. Doctors in northern Italy said the surgery used a nerve from the man's partly amputated leg to repair a damaged nerve in his hand. His hand became paralyzed after a severe driving accident. Surgeons at Turin City Hospital took part of the man's sciatic nerve from his leg. That is the nerve which helps control movement in the foot. The doctors transferred part of the man's sciatic nerve to his brachial plexus. That is a network of nerves connecting the spinal cord to the shoulder, arm, and hand. It's the first time that someone has transferred a component of the sciatic nerve to the brachial plexus, said Paolo Titolo. He was one of the surgeons who performed the operation. He recently spoke with Reuters news agency. The patient is Marcello Gaviglio, a 55-year-old healthcare worker. He had half of his left leg amputated after he was hit by a motorbike 5 months ago. The accident happened while he was traveling to work on his small motorized bike, called a moped. He suffered serious injuries to his brachial plexus, as well as his leg. The damage to his upper body left him unable to use both of his hands. Because the part of the sciatic nerve that controlled his left foot was no longer needed, it could be transferred to the shoulder area. On December 21st, doctors carried out the operation. They hope it will give him the ability to use his left hand. Gavilio will need about 5 months of special care after the operation. For now, he is still unable to move the hand at all. Nerve transfer surgery is not new, but normally it does not involve moving a nerve that controls the foot to an area that controls the hand. For that reason, doctors involved in the operation are calling it pioneering. We think this is pioneering surgery because if it works, it means that the brain plasticity can control other parts of the body that we didn't expect, Titolo said. He added that the surgery opens new fields in nerve studies. The aim is to restore some grasp function to the hand. That means the ability to hold objects. Titolo explained that this can help the other hand to do things. The operation was the result of 4 years of research. It was published in the medical journal Injury. Gavilio, the patient, said he had given little thought to the pioneering part of the operation. He said he just felt that there was a chance for a good result. He said he thought about depending on a team of very good doctors and being able to move his hand again a little bit. I'm Anna Matteo.
That was Anna Matteo with this week's Health and Lifestyle Report. Welcome to the show, Anna.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me.
In today's report, you shared a story about a man recovering from surgery in Italy. What kind of surgery?
Well, Dan, a man in Italy had a pioneering surgery after a terrible accident left his leg partly amputated and his hand paralyzed.
Why is the surgery considered pioneering?
Good question. Nerve transfer surgery is not new, but normally it does not involve moving a nerve that controls the foot to an area that controls the hand. For that reason, doctors involved in the operation are calling it pioneering.
That's really brave for the patient to have a surgery that's never been done before.
Yes, the patient said he didn't really give much thought to the pioneering aspect of the surgery. He said he was thinking more of the team of doctors helping him and, of course, regaining use of his hand.
Well, I hope it works out for him. The surgery has the possibility to change a lot of people's lives for the better. Thanks for answering my questions, Anna.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
My name is Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
You're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Today's lesson helps you do more with Level 2 of our video series, Let's Learn English. This series shows Anna Matteo in her work and life in Washington, D.C.
Lesson 6 of Level 2 helps explain some ways we use prepositions in English. Let's listen to the beginning of the lesson. Anna has agreed to take her friend Penelope on a tour around the city.
Anna, thanks for taking me on a tour of DC today.
Sure thing, Penelope. You are new to town, and a tour is the best way to see more of the city.
So, Which tour are we taking? The one that goes through the city on a bus, or the one that goes along the river in a boat?
Both?
What? Anna, this isn't going to be one of those trips, is it?
No. Follow me.
In this lesson, you are going to hear lots of prepositions. What's a preposition, you ask? It's a word that shows relationships between things. Anna says they are going on a tour through the city and along the river. Through and along are both prepositions. Watch for more.
It is often difficult for English learners to use prepositions correctly in all situations. That's because there are so many ways we can use them. Like Professor Bott says, we use prepositions to show physical relationships. But we also use them in many kinds of idiomatic expressions and phrasal verbs, and it's sometimes hard to know any rules for which preposition to use.
The good news is that mistakes with prepositions usually do not create problems for understanding what you want to communicate. Unless, of course, you make a very basic mistake with a physical description.
Right, that's true. So if you say under the table when you should say on the table, that will, of course, create problems. That's a very basic beginning level mistake.
But remember, we can learn from our mistakes, so keep on speaking English when you get the chance to. Lesson 6 uses prepositions mostly for physical descriptions. Let's listen to Anna and Penelope take a ride in a special vehicle. That is, a boat with wheels that takes tourists around the city to see famous places in Washington, D.C.
Well, Penelope, there's our ride.
What is it?
It's the famous DC Ducks, the boat with wheels. We will ride on the road and then sail on the water.
Who thinks of these things?
I don't know, but I'm glad they do. Let's get aboard, sailor.
Hey, did you know that this boat, was created during World War II to carry people and supplies?
Wow. You know, a tour is so much more interesting with fun facts, like that one.
I agree. I love fun facts.
To get aboard means to get on a boat or a train. Now, here's more of their tour on the boat with wheels.
This is amazing, Anna. There are so many beautiful buildings along this road.
Hey, the Washington Monument is on the left. Oh.
Look, Anna, we're across from the White House.
Penelope, the only thing between us and the president is the street and a park and a security gate and police officers with guns.
Excuse me, do you want to know a fun fact about the White House?
Yes.
Inside the White House, there is a swimming pool, a movie theater, and 32 bathrooms.
32 bathrooms? That's a lot of bathrooms.
I'd be happy with 2. I live in a house with my mom, 4 sisters, 2 aunts, and only 1 bathroom.
Oh my. Oof. You know, Anna, we should give him a tip.
Of course, it is polite to tip your tour guide. Luckily, I have lots of dollar bills.
That was a great fun fact. Here you go.
Thank you. I can tell you fun facts all day.
Did you hear any more prepositions of place? I heard between us and the president, inside the White House, and in a house.
Now let's look at a few examples to see how prepositions can have more than one meaning and how they can show more complex relationships.
Let's start with the preposition through. Anna and Penelope go on a tour through the city. That's a physical place. But we can also go through an experience or through a process that happens over a period of time. We can go through a change or through changes.
For example, teenagers go through a lot of changes between the ages of 13 and 18.
Yes, they sure do. Now, let's look at the preposition for. We can say we are going home for the holidays. This can mean a period of time during the holidays. Or it can mean the reason why we are doing something.
Right. Like I can say, I exercise for my health. That means I exercise to help my health.
We also use for to express a connection or relationship. We might say,
the students need to buy books for each subject they are studying.
In that example, the preposition for connects the phrase buy books with the words each subject.
Jill, what is your best advice for how students can learn to use prepositions correctly?
Because we use them so much and in so many different ways, I suggest learners pay careful attention and memorize the preposition that is used when they learn new expressions. For example, as we just explained, we can say the expression go through a process. A learner should memorize the whole expression.
And that way, the learner does not have to worry about how to choose or guess which preposition to use.
It does take a long time to learn the large number of expressions and their prepositions. So students need to be patient, and you need to practice using the expressions until you can say them naturally and easily. I also recommend reading a lot in English. Pick a book that is on a topic you like and read it for fun. The grammar of English will become more familiar to you the more you read.
Jill, before we go, we need to find out if the boat with wheels can also go in the water.
Well, to do that, we have to watch and listen to the next lesson, Lesson 7 of Level 2. That lesson gives many more examples of prepositions for physical places. We don't have time to listen to Lesson 7 in today's podcast, but here's one little part of it.
Penelope, this is amazing. A minute ago, we were riding along the river, and now we're riding in the river. Awesome.
So be sure to watch Lessons 6 and 7 to see all the places Anna and Penelope visit on the boat with wheels.
And you will also learn about a boy who makes money on their tour. The boy makes the money thanks to Anna and Penelope.
Well, we've made it through another lesson of the day. Thanks for listening to the Learning English podcast.
Remember to share Let's Learn English with your family and friends. You can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Mario Ritter Jr. reports on the disaster that nearly happened in the air after part of a passenger plane came off. Jill Robbins has a story on a Spanish tapestry factory that has stayed in business for 300 years. Gina Bennett has the education report on how young people's English language skills around the world appear to be worsening. Later, John Russell presents the lesson of the day. But first,
passengers are describing what happened when part of a passenger jet came off at the start of a flight from Portland, Oregon, last Friday. The incident resulted in no serious injuries, and the plane returned to Portland Airport soon after the dangerous incident. But had a few details been different, the flight could have ended in disaster. Kelly Bartlett was one of the passengers on Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 from Portland. She told the Associated Press, AP, that at first passengers did not know what was happening. We didn't know if it meant we were going to crash, she said. The incident happened 6 minutes into the flight from Portland to Southern California's Ontario International Airport. The jet, a Boeing 737 MAX 9, was traveling at about 640 kilometers an hour. It had reached an altitude of 4.8 kilometers. That detail is important. The plane was still far below its cruising altitude. Flight attendants had just told the 171 passengers that they could again use their electronic devices. Then, a piece of the airplane body, 61 centimeters by 122 centimeters, behind the left wing, blew out. The piece, called a door plug, was meant to be a cover over an emergency exit that was not used on that MAX 9 version of the airplane. The cover permits extra seats to be put where an emergency exit would be. Air safety rules require airliners to have enough exits to permit all passengers and crew to get out of the aircraft in 90 seconds. The AP noted, as fate would have it, nobody was sitting in the 2 seats next to the blown-out hole. Emergency oxygen masks dropped immediately. At the same time, wind rushed into the cabin, making it difficult for the flight attendants to walk or hear. But they moved toward the hole and began moving passengers away from the dangerous area. The sound made communication difficult. The force from the loss of pressure in the cabin was strong enough to tear the shirt off the body of a teenager sitting nearby. His seatbelt kept him in his seat and saved his life, Bartlett said. Attendants moved the young person next to Bartlett. She asked him if he was hurt. He said he was okay and thanked her for her kindness. The pilots and the flight attendants have not made public statements, and their names have not been released. However, they spoke to National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, investigators. They said they followed their training. The pilot's goal was to get the plane back to Portland quickly. The flight attendants worked to keep the passengers safe and calm. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy said the actions of the flight crew were incredible. Bartlett also praised the crew. She said she felt like the situation was under control. The pilots used an emergency handbook next to the captain's seat. The co-pilot contacted air traffic controllers declaring an emergency and the need to descend to 3,000 meters. The lower altitude would give passengers more oxygen to breathe. Homendy said the attention of the flight attendants immediately turned to 5 children who were traveling without adult supervision, and 2 babies being carried by their parents. Evan Granger was sitting close to the hole in the plane. He told NBC News there were so many things that had to go right in order for all of us to survive. Homendy said that if the blowout had happened just a few minutes later, when the plane would have reached its cruising height, the incident might have been a tragedy. NTSB agents recovered the door plug that blew out, finding it completely intact. Many other things that flew out of the airplane were also recovered, including a cell phone that was still working. Now the agency will investigate why the cover over the unused exit hole came off. The incident happened days after a Japan Airlines Airbus 350 struck a Coast Guard plane on a runway at Tokyo's Haneda Airport and caught fire on January 3rd. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
Spain's Royal Tapestry Factory has been providing clothes called carpets for the floor and tapestries for the wall for palaces and public buildings for more than 300 years. Found on a quiet street in Spain's capital, Madrid, its artisans combine long-held knowledge of the work with new methods to create cloth-based products. The factory was opened in 1721 by Spain's King Felipe V. He brought in Catholic artisans from Flanders, an area found in today's Belgium, to get it started. At the time, the area had been under Spanish control. Cloth like wool can be found in all colors in the factory, and tools like bobbins and spinning wheels are everywhere in the factory. Some of the original wooden machines are still in use. Alejandro Klecker de Elizade is the factory's general director. Here, the only products we work with are silk, wool, jute, cotton, linen, he said. And these small leftovers that we create, the water from the dyes or the small pieces of wool, everything is recycled. Everything has a second use. The factory also brings old pieces that have been damaged through time back to good condition, and it keeps some of the most important cloth and material records in Europe. Now, 70% of its buyers are individuals from Latin America, Europe, and the Middle East. The factory recently received one of its biggest orders, 32 tapestries for the Palace of Dresden in Germany. The order is worth more than $1 million, and it will provide work for up to 5 years, Kleker de Elizade said. In 2018, the factory finished a tapestry for a Lebanese buyer based on the work Sabra and Shatila Massacre by Iraqi artist Dia Al-Azawi. The cloth shows the 1982-83 violence by Christian Phalangist militia in Palestinian refugee camps that were guarded by Israeli troops. Creating a tapestry is a difficult process that takes several weeks or months of work for each square meter. A tapestry begins with cartoons, or drawings on paper, that are later copied onto a system of material called warps, which are then woven over. One of the factory's well-known cartoonists was master painter Francisco Goya, who began working there in 1780. Some of the tapestries he designed are now found in the nearby Prado Museum and Madrid's Royal Collections Gallery. I'm Jill Robbins.
Index that measures English language ability around the world finds that young people's English language proficiency is decreasing. The 2023 EF English Proficiency Index, or EPI, ranks countries and areas by English proficiency. The index is based on test results from 2.2 million people in 113 countries. The test is published by EF Education First, a private company based in Switzerland. VOA Learning English has a partnership with EF Education First to provide the online test to English learners. The EPI found that while young people's English skills are decreasing, working adults continue to increase their proficiency in English. There are different opinions about why the difference exists. Some people blame the COVID-19 pandemic, but others say artificial intelligence, or AI, tools could also be a reason. EF Education First released the 2023 index last November. EF EPI author Kate Bell warned that the 2023 index gives a false sense of global stability, meaning English speakers' proficiency stays about the same. But the truth is that gains in some countries are being offset by losses in others, Bell said in an EF Education First press release. Results were reported by age group for the first time in 2015. Since that time, the English proficiency of young people has decreased by 89 points. The EPI defines young people as being 18 to 20 years of age. However, the EPI notes that the 18 to 20 group was mostly stable, with big decreases in a few large countries. India Indonesia, Mexico, and Japan showed the largest proficiency decreases among youth. Kansuke Ikebe is a 21-year-old student from Shiga, Japan. He told VOA Learning English that the results are really surprising. In my opinion, I've never felt it is decreasing. It is maybe because there are many youth who can speak English in my university. The EPI report noted that the decrease appears to have taken place when the COVID-19 pandemic interfered with normal education. The report said it is not yet clear if learning loss due to COVID will self-correct over time, but increased scores are expected in the future. The EPI said the problem is more difficult in countries where proficiency has been decreasing over time and where education systems are teaching English less well than before. There has been a decrease in proficiency in Japan for nearly 10 years. Ikebe said he could believe the EPI results because of the way English is taught in Japan. It makes nobody want to learn English more. It is not practical at all and really boring. However, working adults, people 26 years old and older, have been improving their English since 2015. The EPI said this might be because the value of a shared language is most recognized in the workplace. English creates possibilities for individuals and productivity for organizations. Results from the index also show a difference between men and women, what it calls a gender gap. The gender gap among those aged 18 to 25 is 3 times bigger than it is among working adults. Men's proficiency has improved by 14 points since 2015, while women's has decreased by 19 points. The lack of women in international jobs could be one reason for the gender gap, the EPI said. But the gender gap among those aged 18 to 25 might demonstrate a problem engendered by educational systems themselves or a societal problem schools are failing to address, the report said. An exception was the Middle East. The average score for women in that area has increased by 44 points, placing them ahead of men there. One notable trend in the 2023 EPI is that all the very high proficiency countries and many of the high proficiency countries had lower average scores than in 2022. This could be a possible effect of the pandemic on learning, travel, and in-person communication. The Czech Republic is one country whose score dropped in 2023. Sabina Virab is with the Czech office of EF Education First. She told the Czech news agency online teaching during the pandemic affected children's English skills. Schools and students are trying to catch up on what was missed, she told the news organization, but they are still not moving forward. The EPI report says that learning a language provides understanding of new ideas as well as better understanding of people. These skills, the report said, remain beyond the reach of AI, or artificial intelligence. But Ikebe said in Japan, now AI and translation are being developed well. so they don't need to learn English if they just do their homework. I think they don't use it as a tool to communicate, just a subject to pass the entrance exam. Jeannie C. is a country manager at EF Hong Kong and Macau. She spoke to the Standard newspaper in Hong Kong. C said that while AI has changed the way young people work and learn, the importance of schools, teachers, and face-to-face instruction remains. I do not believe that AI can completely replace language learning, C said. But educators can harness AI to enhance language learning methods. I'm Gina Bennett.
Gina is here now to talk more about the EF English Proficiency Index that she reported about. The EF EPI ranks countries according to their English language skills. Right, Gina?
Hi, Dan. That's right. It uses results from the EF Standard English Test to rank countries in the world, but it also breaks down the results in different categories. Gender and age, which we talked about in the article, as well as region, economics, innovation, and industry.
So tell us, what country has the best English in the world?
For the 5th year in a row, the Netherlands has scored the highest on the Standard English Test, so they are ranked as having the best English as an additional language proficiency in the world. After the Netherlands comes Singapore, Denmark, Austria, and then Norway.
So there's one country that isn't in Europe. What other information was there in the report?
It also presents findings according to seniority. That means who's older or has a higher position in a company or organization. In the past, those with more seniority had higher levels of English, but that gap is getting smaller.
Listeners can explore all the findings, including those about their own country, in the full report online. Thanks again, Gina.
You're welcome, Dan.
In this next report, Faith Perlow tells us about new developments in the jewelry industry. We learn that some jewelry makers are using materials in new and interesting ways. Pay careful attention to the word gem. We will talk more about it after the report.
For some, a natural diamond, created over billions of years, is what they have always wanted. But an award-winning British designer sees greater worth in jewelry made using laboratory-grown gems and metal from recycled cans. Recycling is a process that makes something new out of something that has been used before. Annabella Chan, the jewelry designer, said she chose her materials after seeing what she said were poor working conditions in diamond mines. These are some of the most precious and valuable commodities in the world that just didn't make any sense to me, she said in her store in Britain's capital of London. Instead, her designs use lab-grown diamonds, recycled aluminum from cans, and pearls, a kind of jewel found in animals, grown from regenerative farming. Chan's company did not give sales numbers, but said it had seen strong demand since the COVID-19 pandemic. She won the Game Changer division at the British Luxury Awards in November. Edan Golan, Diamond Research and Data, studies the worldwide diamond industry. It found that the lab-grown jewelry market has seen yearly growth of 20% in recent years. That has driven worldwide profits to $15 billion. As more producers enter the market, selling prices for lab-grown diamonds have fallen. Companies are looking to stand themselves apart from competitors. They are doing so through their jewelry design. Pandora is a major seller of lab-grown diamonds. Joshua Brahman, the head of diamonds at Pandora, said lab-grown gems could create a new area of interest for jewelry design. Another point of difference is the effects it has on natural resources. Chan uses suppliers who use technology to capture carbon dioxide that would otherwise be released into the atmosphere to make diamonds. Chan said, so effectively taking something negative and turning it into something positive. I'm Faith Perlow.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word gem. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the word a couple times in the report. Let's listen again to the first example.
For some, a natural diamond created over billions of years is what they have always wanted. But an award-winning British designer sees greater worth in jewelry made using laboratory-grown gems and metal from recycled cans.
Gem is a noun. We spell it like this: G-E-M. Gem consists of 3 sounds, 2 consonants and 1 vowel sound. In order to improve our pronunciation of the word, we can do a technique called backwards build-up. What this means is that we start with the last sound of the word, then include the sounds that come before it. Let's work through this together. We will start with the last consonant sound, M. Repeat after me. M. 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 Now let's say the vowel sound and the final consonant sound. M. 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 Now let's add the first consonant sound. We will say the entire word. Gem. 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 A gem is a stone that has been cut and polished for use in jewelry. Historically, gems have been very costly and valuable. As a result, English speakers sometimes use the noun gem in a broad sense. They use it to describe something as valuable or of high quality. Consider this example. Imagine a small, wonderful restaurant. Let's assume it is located in an area of the city that not many visitors go to. A person might describe the restaurant as a hidden gem. In other words, the restaurant is of high quality, but not well known. In this way, we might say it is hidden from public view. You might also describe an area as a hidden gem: a beach, a mountainous area, a small town, or a neighborhood. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.